Wow, I almost got done. Good gravy, Aloady. Well, what I wanted to show you is some crazy air compressor. No, I didn't want to show you the air compressor. But Dusty and I kind of love it, you know what I mean? So what I wanted to show you in this intro is that when most people think of heavy-duty sewing and sewing through multiple layers of leather, they simply don't think of a featherweight. They think of something like, you know, a 201-2 or a 1591. And when I come out on this shot, you're going to see that I actually sewed this on Mike's 1591. That's going to be heading to the great state of Massachusetts. And I wanted to do a crazy sew-off like this. We're talking 3 layers of genuine elk hide, folks. I demonstrated that with a satin stitch when I presented Mike's machine, but I wanted to do it again with more of a general size stitch rather than a micro mini stitch. So you could see the stitch quality even more clearly than you did during Mike's premiere. Mike is going to be sewing leather, and so I prepared his machine specifically with that in mind. So it could sew at a level like this, even if he never, because he's going to be making biker jackets and stuff like that, even if he never even comes close to sewing at this level. 3 layers of genuine elk hide is the equivalent of about 16 ounces of leather. That's not even household anymore. That's light industrial, almost commercial. I would say it's commercial. Look at the thickness of that. That's the equivalent of like 3 men's belts. 3 men's belts. Men's belts. Type in the chat if it should be man's belts or men's belts. I think it's men's belt, I'm pretty sure. But folks, this is what you expect to see coming out of this workshop when it comes to one of the big boy machines. A 1591, a 201-2, a FOF machine, you know, probably a Husqvarna as well. And you expect to see stitching like this. But you don't expect to see that on a featherweight. But today, in today's premiere, you're going to see that on a featherweight. And specifically, you're going to be seeing it on Maddy's featherweight. I'm going to shut this light off. Featherweight 222K that came out of Scotland. Now, the machine is going to say Britain, but you know what? We know the real truth. We know the real truth when it comes to where that machine came from. I just realized I wasn't as close as I wanted to be on these stitches, so you can see them. So again, this machine that we've been looking at, kind of not really looking at, is Mike's Centennial 1591. Mike contacted me about wanting to sew leather. And I know that Maddy has an interest in sewing leather as well. So when Mike contacted me, I said, I've got a really, really rare machine in my collection, original owner, Centennial machine, and this is what it can do. And I gave him some examples. He goes, perfect, I want it. So I prepared this machine for him. That's the way I do it. So if you're looking for a machine and you've got a certain sewing need, reach out to me. And I'll look at my personal collection, which tops 200 machines, all original owner machines, and I can get you a machine like this. Now, let me point out to you, if you don't already know it, I think you're really smart and you know it, or otherwise you wouldn't be in this classroom. But you could go across the world and try to find another 1591. Oops, light. Try to find another 1591 that could sew like this. And you're going to be hard-pressed. You're going to be incredibly hard-pressed to find a 1591 that can do this. And that's why people come to me and say, I want one out of your workshop, Scott, because my machines have superpowers. It's because of my process. And that's the same reason that Maddy went to the point of carefully packing up. And let's change workbenches now. Mike, I'm going to get this machine packed up for you this week. I'll send you tracking. We'll get it heading towards Massachusetts so you can begin your leather work. I almost said your weather work. Your leather work. on this incredible 1591. You've already seen what it can do, Mike. You're ready, man. You're ready. So over to the other workbench right now, which is really the purpose of this premiere. Come out on this shot a little bit. The purpose of this premiere is to highlight Maddy's machine. But I wanted to open up with Mike's machine simply because they both share the same interest in wanting to have a machine that had superpowers. And Maddy's 222K was really struggling initially when he arrived at the workshop. And he being Bandit, that's what Maddy calls her 222K. His name affectionately is Bandit. And he was born in 1958. And you'll see all that on the Facebook progress shots that we're going to go through. But before we even go any further towards Maddy's 222K, I want to show you a little glimpse if you've never seen it before. I want to show you a little glimpse of the place that this very rare 222K was made. And that is in the beautiful country of Scotland. And you might remember that when we did that fundraiser to help out the History Museum down in South Bend, Indiana, the founder and the farming magnate, the inventor, the industrialist, J.D. Oliver, he was a Scotsman. And I highlighted that when we were down there for that big celebration to honor our heroes for history. So Scotland is a very special place. And it's a very special place for Singer as well, because of this 222K that was made at this factory. We're only going to watch a few seconds of this little video, and this is on the landing page of my YouTube channel if you've never seen it. It runs about an hour, and it will give you an appreciation for the engineering of the machines that were made at that Singer plant in Scotland, more than you could ever imagine. I've had countless people from around the world reach out after watching this video on the channel and saying, I've always loved my Singers, but I have a respect and an honor for my Singers that I never ever had before, because they show you step by step, each phase of the factory, how these machines were painstakingly handcrafted and put together by these incredible workers at this plant in Scotland. So I'm just going to play a little bit of this for you. And that way, if you want to check it out in totality, you can do that. But I really want you just to see these workers arriving. They're so cute. They're so energized. You can just tell by their step that they're excited to be there. There's the Singer plant right there. Amazing plant. I've got it on full screen right now, so it's eating up a lot of bandwidth, so it might pause a couple of times, but you got to see this, folks. You got to see it. And if you've already seen it, watch it again, because it's absolutely fabulous. Come on, bandwidth, hang in there, we believe in you. Come on, let's get the workers to arrive. I want to see the workers. There's that really cool Singer clock. They had a huge workforce there, folks. I think it was right around 3,000 workers. Interestingly, about the same size as the workforce at the South Bend, Indiana Singer cabinet plant that I took you on a tour of, on the inside of, with my friend that let me have access to it. So maybe that was a Singer thing with major plants, 3,000 workers. But Maddy's 222K was made right here, right where you're looking right now. It was made in one of those buildings. And here they're talking about in the background, there's a huge freight liner, like a big ship that is under construction, I guess. There's the clock again, and I assume it's about 5 minutes after 9 in the morning. Yeah, it'd have to be. Come on, let's get the workers. We want the workers. Give us the workers. We want the workers. We want the workers. Come on, arrive to work. You're late. You're supposed to be there by 9, for goodness sakes. Come on, folks. We're so close. And yes, I added this music bed, and it's a little bit creepy. I know. A little bit creepy, but, you know. She just watched one of my premieres, and it was funny, so that's why she's laughing. Okay, I wasn't that funny. Okay, maybe. Good gravy, it's 5 after 12. Where are the workers? Where are the workers? Shift change! Shift change! Come on, folks! I hope I didn't cue it in the wrong spot. No, there they are! Look at him, he's running! He's so excited! Look at their little hats. Don't you love the Scottish hats? That is so dapper. That is so dapper! Look at them. They got a little swag, a little strut. They look like they're all from Brooklyn. Yeah, they do. Here come the ladies. Ladies are working there. It was a mixed force. It was co-ed. And if you watch the entire premiere video of this on my landing page, you'll see the ladies are involved in a lot of the operations of the factory. A lot of the operations. They were integral. An integral part of the success of that factory. But look at how happy they are. They're not like, oh God, another day of work. They're like, yeah, baby! We're going to make Maddy's machine today. All right, let's get Maddy's machine done. Come on, come on. Hurry up, girls. Hurry up. Maddy's machine is waiting to be made, for goodness sakes. Yes, the rest of you, get in there too. That 222K is not going to make itself. No, it's not. Come on, boys. Come on, hurry up. Step it out. Step it out. Okay, so that's enough of that. I just wanted to show you a little bit of that cool place. That super cool place. Let me just close this out because it's like eating any bandwidth that I have here. Close. Yes. Awesome. Okay, so now the music I wanted to open with for Maddy's premiere, which we're finally stepping into now, is this piece, and it's called Sunday's Child. Maddy has told me that she loves it when I play my piano in those little mini clips on the premieres, and so I wanted to have some piano music during at least a part of her premiere today. Well, it goes without saying, this is the first full premiere that I have ever done in the history of this YouTube channel on the Singer 222K. I just didn't have one. I never owned one, now I do. And I never had a customer send one to the factory. Never had it. So, Maddy's 222K was the very first one to come to this factory. And again, Bandit was made, or created more appropriately, by those wonderful people you saw in that little video clip right around 1958. And when we look at the pictures, you'll be able to see his little birth tag that Maddy made up for him, which is inscribed with his name, his make and model, and then his serial number, and also his date of birth. I don't think I missed anything. Hopefully not. So a quick little snapshot on the 222K, because it's not talked about very much, because there were so few of them made. In July of 1953, the Singer 222K, a free-arm featherweight, was introduced in the United Kingdom, Europe, Australia, and some in Canada. This machine was never marketed in the United States of America. Production of the 222K continued until 1961. And about midway through, the 1953 Singer added the small 222K emblem below the main badge mark. So that was post 1953, right around 5 years before Bandit was born. And they're referring to this particular tag right here. Right on the bottom there, which I think is so fitting that you just give it that distinction and that badge mark distinction right away, that it is the featherweight of featherweights. It's the featherweight free arm, also was referred to as the featherweight convertible, because you could convert it from being a bed machine like that to being a free arm like this. And that's part of the reason I set up this ribbon material underneath the presser foot as the first sew-off. And we're not going to be using Maddy's bed at all today during this premiere. We're going to leave it as a convertible the entire time my camera is moving. We're going to leave it as a convertible the entire premiere, because that's what sets it apart. That's what makes it so unique. That's what makes Bandit so unique, is the fact that he is able to do free arm work like the other featherweight cannot do. And during the course of production for the 222K, they only made 110,000 of them, approximately. So that means if they were making these machines over the course of 8 years, that means that their average production per year for this model was only 13,750 machines. 13,750 machines. That is smaller than the average Singer production group size. The average Singer production group size is between 25,000 to 50,000 machines. That's in a regular cycle, which happens multiple times a month and over the course of the year. They were only making a fraction of that number of machines because the machine was very expensive and very complicated to make. And that's why, you know, they would probably have loved to extend the production beyond 1961 when they stopped, but it was becoming cost prohibitive because of how complicated it is to build a machine like this with that cylinder end to allow for the free arm and the mechanics that have to change because of that. So, needless to say, there were a lot of tears in 1961, and they could never do it again. A machine like this, if you were to try to build it now to the quality standards that it was made in Scotland, we're talking probably $5,000 to $6,000 machine, easily. And that's with them cutting corners everywhere they could. So at any rate, all of this blah blah blahing, all of this intro, we bring in Mike's machine into the mix and everything else to show the fact that it's that muscular 1591, blah blah blah. And now finally you get a chance to see Bandit do some sewing. And the first thing I'm going to sew is this super slippery, ultra thin ribbon material, which is 100% polyester. And I have it looped around the free arm so we can sew in a circle, sort of, and you can hear this incredible 222K do its thing on some lightweight material. So without any more blah blah blah, let me sit down to Bandit. Hello Bandit, good to see you again. Sit down to Bandit and give you a chance to, for the first time in the history of this channel, see a 222K do its magic. And I should mention, I am using a very, what I would consider to be a very unique thread. And you can kind of see it there in the shot. It's a yellowish, almost like a mustard color. And I'm going to see if I can tell you what it is, because I've never used it before. And let's see here. I had to look it up myself, because part of, you know how they put on the bottom of it what it is? Someone gave this to me, and it was pretty much worn away. So I'm going to see if I can find it and tell you what it is. Okay, here it is. So the thread I'm using today is an embroidery style thread. It's 100% polyester. The thread count is 600, if that helps you at all. And it's called specifically Coats & Clark thread. It's either trilobal or trilobal embroidery thread. It's TRILOBAL. If you want to try to buy some of this stuff and try it out, it's surprisingly strong for embroidery thread, because as you may have seen on Facebook, I did some post-servicing, post-restoration type sew-offs with it off camera. I sewed a single layer of alkyd, 2 layers of alkyd, 3 layers of Italian leather, and this stuff stood up to it. Other embroidery threads that I've used in the past would break, and this stuff was surprisingly strong. So if you want to check it out again, the thread I'm using is called Trilobal Embroidery Thread by Coats & Clark. Yeah, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. And it looks like it's for sale on Amazon too. Any surprise there? No. Everything is available on Amazon, I think. So you may have seen when I was on a distant shot from the machine, the stuff I got is on a huge spool. It's huge. It's monstrous. Okay, finally, let's sew some ribbon material. Here we go. I have my slippers on. Here we go. All right. I'm just going to keep going. This is so much fun. Yeah, it is. Woo-hoo! Come on, go over there on the edge. I want to fill the whole thing up with thread, for goodness sakes. All right, I'll stop. I'm going to run out of bobbin thread if I keep this up. Okay. So if I want to run out of bobbin thread, I can show you how to wind a bobbin. That's happened before, hasn't it? And if not, if I don't run out, I'll explain to you how to wind a bobbin on this. It's quite easy. Yeah, that's fun. It's kind of hard to see the gold against the pink. And I've got my screen turned around. It's kind of hard to see the gold against the pink, but it's a beautiful stitch. You'll be able to see that on the other materials much more easily. But the whole point of this is you can't sew a cuff like this on a regular featherweight, but you can do it on a 222K. And that's the beauty of this free arm. That's the beauty of this convertible, is that you're able to do that. So a lot of fun to sew on this machine. It has so much power now, it's absolutely ridiculous. So I'm gonna throw this ribbon material to the side. Just for fun, we kind of buzzed around doing that. And I'll just kind of show you again some of the other sew-offs I did off camera. This is the single layer of alkyd using this embroidery thread. And it's an absolutely spot-on stitch. It's definitely a page 34. Just an absolutely beautiful, beautiful stitch. And again, don't be, under the impression that a single layer of alkyd is easy peasy. Look at that from the side. We're talking about 3 to 4 ounces of chemically processed leather, alkyd leather. And yet Maddy's 222K, a featherweight, was able to lay down stitching like this. And we'll be doing some more of these sew-offs during the premiere today, obviously. So that was a definite pass for me off camera. That was a page 32. And then I thought, well, everyone is always underestimating the potential, the potential of a featherweight. They're always underestimating it because they see those other featherweights presented on different channels and on places on the internet and such, And they're always showing them doing wimpy-dimpy type sew-offs because none of those machines have been optimized in the workshop unless a customer sent the featherweight here and I did it. So those featherweights, let me just say it bluntly, they couldn't handle sew-offs like this. And that's why people are smart enough to say, I'm not going to try to do that because I'll probably either break my machine or I'll humiliate myself because it's going to hit that leather and go, no way, Jose. But look at what Maddy's machine did with those 2 layers of elk hide. Laid down an absolute page 34 stitch on these 2 layers of elk hide. Again, probably, I would say conservatively, it's going to be right around 12 to 14 ounces, depending on, because elk hide has different thicknesses as you're working with it. This is probably closer to 14 ounces, but you know what? It can get even thicker than that. And here's our lock stitch, which is a little bit hard to see through there, but it's an absolute page 34 lock stitch that we did off camera as well, that I did off camera. I mean, that's a featherweight, folks. Sewing 2 layers of genuine elk hide and laying down a page 34 stitch. So I'm going to throw that to the side as well. And we're going to duplicate that again today during this premiere. And then I had a single layer of protected full grain leather. And once I got the machine completely done, I wanted to take it through a wide scope of stitch length, all the way from nearly full size on the top there, and then I tiered it down all the way to the bottom where I'm very, very close to 30 stitches per inch. And look at, not just the fact that we did it, but look at the caliber of stitching. And again, this is not a cotton like you'll see on a lot of channels. This is a genuine protected full grain leather. Oops, a little bit too high there. Let me just lean it against there. Instead of trying to move it, it's kind of silly. Let me just lean it against there and you can look at it by me zooming in on it so that neither one of us go crazy. As we're going, hey, can you bring it down? Can you bring it down? Can you bring it right a little bit? Can you bring it right? Can you bring it down? So we'll just go across. And again, look at that top edge, folks. Look at that side edge. About 3 to 4 ounces of protected full grain leather. Protected full grain leather is fortified to have greater stability, greater strength, greater wearability as well. It's going to stand up to wear. We kind of tiered it down. Look at how small I got there. So not only is Maddy's machine a looker and incredibly rare. Again, Maddy's is one of 110,000 around the world that was made, and again, never marketed in the US. They were only marketed overseas. And then eventually people started acquiring them and they started coming into the States. But I would trust, and I have no data to support this, it's an assumption, but I would trust that the majority of those 22Ks are still probably over in the United Kingdom, in that neck of the woods. And they can sew leather. They can sew leather all day long, not just ribbon material. So this is another definite pass, this protected full grain leather. I'm going to show you that lock stitch on the back. You can see it a little bit more easily maybe if I'm zoomed in on it. And in the meantime, I'm going to put on some more music. That fun little piece I put on when we were looking at Mike's machine and doing that initial sew-off with the 3 layers of elk hide, that was called Maddy McFadden, and it's called the Silent Film Light, which you kind of got the impression it felt like a silent film almost, didn't it? And now I'm going to do, I played this for you recently, Piano Trap Beethoven. So again, this was off camera. There you have a clear view. Look at those stitches. That is absolutely page 34. And again, through a single layer of protected full grain leather. using embroidery thread, for goodness sakes. I love it. All right, let me throw that to the side as well as an off-camera shot at sewing leather that was absolutely slam dunk. Now let's look at this next one. I'm going to try to lean it against there, and I may not be able to do it. Let me turn it this way. Maybe I can. All right, let me lean it there, and then I'll zoom in on it. Then I'll move it myself because it's not going to cooperate very well. Okay, what we're looking at here is 3 layers of Italian leather. I would challenge you to search the internet and find anyone else sewing with a featherweight 221, 22-1, 222K, MOUSE, anything you want to search within featherweights, someone that demonstrates sewing this many layers of leather using a featherweight, whether it's a 222K or otherwise. You're not going to find it, folks. And you're not going to find one of those machines that can lay down a page 34 stitch going through 3 layers of this Italian leather. Italian leather is incredibly tricky stuff. It's slippery. I've talked about this before. And to be able to lay down stitching like this, look at all those layers, folks. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's turn it over and look at the lock stitch. I did these back to back so we can see that lock stitch more easily. That's what we're looking at right now. Absolutely page 34 lock stitch through 3 layers. 3 layers of Italian leather. Unbelievable. Pause right there. Never ever write me or call me or text me and say a featherweight cannot sew leather. That's my answer to you. And the featherweight 222K comes with the same size motor as the 221-1. It's going to come with a 0.4 amp motor. And yet I was able to, after optimizing that motor, which Maddy said readily when she sent the machine to me, she said the motor is incredibly weak, incredibly sluggish. You think it's sluggish anymore? What do you think? No. So this is a definite pass to, I don't think you'll find anywhere else on the internet. Let me know if you do. I would like to send them a note and congratulate them. Anywhere else on the internet where someone has done 2 layers of elk hide or 3 layers of Italian leather, laid down stitching like this on a featherweight machine, whether it's a 221, a 221-1, or a 222K, you're not going to find it. Only from this workshop will you find this, a machine like this that is commonly thought of as a lightweight, let's piece together quilting blocks, and then you see that it's capable of sewing at this level. And it's not a one-off, not at all. Because of the forged steel composition of this aluminum-based machine, it can sew like this all day long as you maintain it. All day long you could do Italian leather like this as long as you keep a nice sharp needle in there and you maintain the machine, proper lubrication, proper maintenance. That's the key to being able to operate at that level. So I'm going to throw this Italian leather to the side as well. I could quit right here because Maddy has so much confidence in what I do. This would be enough for her, but I want to document for the record what Bandit is able to do. And speaking of Bandit, I want to talk a little bit about a special container that I'm going to give to Maddy to keep Bandit's identification tag in. Oh, this is a fun one. I should save this for a sew off. I might play it a second time. It's called The Joint is Jumpin'. So this little container, which I'm going to pan down to right now, is inlaid mother of pearl. I was told when I bought it in Saudi Arabia, and it was made in Egypt. I've had it for, well, since I got done serving down in Saudi Arabia. And it's always been one of those little boxes. I didn't have anything valuable to put inside of it. I just didn't. And I've got a smaller version of it as well. It's more of a square that I picked up when I was there too. But it seemed like the perfect container to put something that was incredibly valuable, like Bandit's identification tag that Maddy had inscribed. So you just remove the lid like this, and right inside of there is Bandit's tag. Isn't that cool? And it just suits it, doesn't it? It suits it beautifully to keep it as a special box for a special identification tag. So let me set that to the side as well. And that'll obviously go back with the machine. And if you don't follow me on Facebook, you'll know that Maddy, as a special thank you, because she said she learned so much from me over the years. She's been following me for a long time on YouTube. She sent me this really cool token from the New York World's Fair that was run in 1964 to 65. And it was in her personal collection. She decided to share it with me. How cool is that? So I'm going to put that to the side as a very special treasure that was given to me for the work that I do. And it's just fun to do it. That's why I do what I do, and that's why I think all of you have fun watching me, is because I have fun doing it. So again, that was called The Joint is Jumping, and now King Porter Stomp. What should we do next? Other than grow very quickly bored at staring at the carpet. Let's not do that. Why don't I walk you around this 222K just briefly? Let's start right down here. So this little doodad right there that you can unscrew is what you have to unscrew in order to slide that extension bed off of this convertible to make it a free arm. So you just unscrew that all the way, and then you can slide it out. And when you slide it out, it basically allows you to pull these out of their mounting point, allows you to pull those out of the mounting point and then free up the machine to be able to do free arm type work. As we move up the machine, and that's obviously a tensioner right there for winding a bobbin. I'll just show you real quick how you would thread this for winding a bobbin, which is pretty much the way you see it right now, but you're going to bypass the upper tension. So if you're winding a bobbin, you come off the top, you go through this thread guide right here, then you come across the front of the machine to this tensioner, come underneath the tensioner, up to the bobbin winder. You then rotate the bobbin winder into the balance wheel, rotate it down I should say, rotate it into the balance wheel belt area, and you disengage the clutch by rotating the clutch towards you, and then you go ahead and wind the bobbin. And when you wind around the bobbin to get it pre-started, wind it towards you like this. So if you were looking at it from the side, you would be winding it clockwise, and then go ahead and just wind your bobbin. You can rotate this back up when you're done, re-engage your clutch, and then you're ready to resume sewing again. So it really is quite simple. Singer doesn't make it complicated. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, right up to there. And then if you want to include rotating this down, 5, disengaging the clutch, 6. 6 steps basically to wind a bobbin on this machine. So again, that was The Joint is Jumping. No, we just did that. King Porter Stomp, I apologize. Now we're going to do Before I Go. Before I Go. So there is, again, right around 1953, when they added that additional little badge plate there for the 222K and the 2221. 221. I've got way too many twos in my tongue right now. So, so again, originally they didn't have this little mark before 1953. They added this additional little badge mark plate to distinguish whether it was a 221, 22-1. Wait, 221 dash. You know what I'm saying. Let me take my glasses off, see if it helps. So around 1953, let's try this for the third time. They added this little badge plate that would either say 221, 221-1 or 222K. All right, I'm moving on. I feel like I'm doing Sally by the Seashore. All right, coming up to this point right here, we've got two different controls. The one on the right is going to obviously be our stitch length control, and also by moving it all the way to the top, we're able to sew in reverse. The one on the left is going to be how we drop our feed dogs for darning and free motion quilting, whatever you wanted to do, where you don't want those feed dogs to be engaged. So really a nice addition, putting it right on the front, easy to access, not tucked underneath the extension bed like the other featherweights, where it was a lot tougher to get to sometimes. Then we have our light assembly, which is going to be set up a little bit differently on this model than it is on the other featherweight machines. They actually put the light switch up here. So again, convenience, you can access it more easily than putting it all the way down here where it is on most of the machines by the tensioner on the front of the machine by the branding mark, etc. Same style upper tension. No real big changes there. The big changes are right here. That free arm assembly. And you can notice also they changed the plate for the feed dog cover, and you don't need it for the bobbin cover because the bobbin is obviously mounted on the end of the cylinder. So you'll see that in the Facebook shots. So that's just a quick little walk around Bandit, the 222K. A lot of similarities. Same type drive system as the 221, 221-1. And it's just that free arm, that convertible, that just gives you so much more flexibility with the machine. All right, back to the needle. Back to the needle, Scott. Let's see some more sewing on this machine. Yeah, let's do that. And why don't we jump towards leather? Why don't we do that, okay? Right after I get a drink. And also as I announce a quick impromptu opportunity. And it's an opportunity because I know that Maddy is also a kid at heart, like I am. So I wanted to give her some resources to enjoy with Bandit or any of the other machines that Maddy has. Let me come right out to here. But I also want to give the rest of you in attendance at this live premiere. So if you watch this after the premiere, this offer is not open to you. You have to be at the live premiere in order to take advantage of this opportunity. Let me say that again. You got to be at the live premiere, not after. So if you miss a live premiere, so sorry. So sorry, by golly. All right, another little drink to try to wet my throat. Pollen season is in full bloom right now, and it really affects my throat quite a bit. So, anyway, let me block Bandit for just a moment. I'll show you what I'd like to offer you. And here's what you have to do to get it. This is a really fun book, I thought. And again, Bandit, I apologize for blocking you temporarily. A lot of people talk about wanting to learn how to quilt. Excuse me again. A lot of people talk about wanting to learn how to quilt. And they talk about the fact that they've discovered that quilting groups can sometimes almost like have the feeling of being a cult, where if you're not a member of the quilting cult, they're not going to share their secrets with you. And Maddy had told me that she experienced that where she is near Naples, Florida. She said she was really determined to want to try to learn how to quilt, and she actually went to a quilting gathering, near her home, and she said she felt like an outsider. People were doing all kinds of things, but when she would try to approach them and say, hey, can you tell me what you were doing, or can you explain how you did this, or blah, 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 whatever it was, they were just, loose lips sink ships. They were not willing to share anything with her at all. So she ended up leaving there very disappointed, kind of bummed out that they weren't willing to teach her how to do this. And this one is called Campfire, by the way, the one we're listening to right now. So I came across these books and I thought they were super cool. It's called Pain-Free Quilting, A Quilter's Nightmare. Help, help. That's what a lot of people say. It's overwhelming, it's intimidating. But this is a self-help or directed type book for women who love to sew but may not know how to quilt. So she's very frustrated. Her cat is frustrated with her, like, help, I don't know what to do. Oh, 12 steps to fabulous, blah, blah, blah. I'll have to go cold turkey. I have no idea what any of that means. But this is basically going to be a book that'll be a resource to Maddy to allow her to step forward confidently with the basics of quilting, because she's a very self-determined, self-directed person from our contact with each other, talking and getting acquainted as she was getting ready to send Bandit to the workshop last year. And I'm willing to take this on. I'm willing to do a challenge. I'm willing to take on something challenging. I just need the basics. Well, Maddy, this is a book that will give you the basics. And it's not a thin little book either. You can kind of see the edge here. Goes through a lot of details to give you the basics for paint-free quilting. Now here's the deal. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and if you can be the first to type them into the chat, then I will send you, actually let me say this. Hold on a second. Okay, here we go. All right. This copy we're looking at in front of Bandit right now is Maddy's. It's already claimed. But I have 2 other copies that I'm willing to give away to the first 2 people during this premiere that type in the chat the following answers. The first 2 that get it right will get, all you have to do is reach out after the premiere, give me your mailing information, and I'll send you a copy of this pain-free quilting book. So what year was the 222K introduced? What year was it introduced? I already told you this. Where was it introduced? Give me the different locations. At least give me some of the locations. And then what year did it go out of production? So again, what year was the 222K introduced? Where was it introduced? What year did it go out of production? When did they stop making it? And as a bonus, if you want to just throw it in there for fun, when did they add that little badge plate that distinguishes the model? In other words, whether it's a 221 or a 222K, what year did they start adding that little badge plate that I already showed you on Bandit, where it says 222K on Bandit? Okay, I know this isn't easy, but I'm willing to send you a really cool pain-free quilting book, just like I'm going to be sending to Maddy along with Bandit when he heads back home to Naples, Florida. I'm willing to send you a really cool copy of this pain-free quilting book. I'm willing to pay the postage. So you got to do a little bit of work here. For the first 2 people that answer those questions correctly in the chat, the first 2 people that do it, again, this is not available if you're watching this after the live premiere, only during the live premiere. So you got to tell me when they started making the 222K, where it was introduced, what countries, more specifically, when did they end production of the 222K, and for a bonus, if you want to throw it out there, when did they start adding that extra little plate that identified the machine's model? In other words, whether it was a 221 or 222K, like you already saw in Bandit. All right? So type it in the chat. I'm going to give you a few seconds to do that. You either know it or you don't. And then you'll have an opportunity to potentially win one of these cool pain-free quilting books. Now, beyond this, if you say, I'm already kind of like Roz from the great state of Michigan, she's a 4th generation quilter, and she might say, I've got some friends that are just starting quilting, and this book would still be super cool. This would be an amazing book. But I'm so experienced right now that it's not really going to be beneficial to me. Okay, I get it. So I'm going to offer you an alternative book if you're one of those 2 individuals that gets those answers typed in first. If you already say I'm a master quilter already, but I would love to be able to make some cool costumes, either for birthday parties, special occasions, Halloween, whatever, then in lieu of the super cool pain-free quilting book that you can see right up there, I'm going to offer you this book with this cute little dude on the front of it, which is titled 35 Cute and Easy Costumes for Kids Sewing Dress Up. Now you want to talk about a resourceful book? Look at the thickness of this puppy. And it has patterns and everything in here. So if you're one of those 2 individuals that types those answers in first, and you're already a master quilter, or you never want to quilt in your life, it's just like, I'd rather jump off a cliff, but I would love to make costumes, then if you're one of those 2 winners, you can pick one or the other book. And of course, I'm going to be sending a copy of this really fun book on costume making also to Maddy. I've only got 3 copies of it, so I'm either going to keep a couple in reserve if everybody wants the pain-free quilting one, those 2 individuals, or, you know, I'll give you a choice. I'll give you a choice. So again, the questions are, if you haven't typed in the chat yet, what year was the 222K introduced? Where was it introduced? In other words, what countries? What year did they stop production on the 222K? And last but not least, as a bonus, if you want to just throw it out there to say, I am the smartest kid in the class, then you can tell me what year they added that extra little plate below the badge mark that would identify that machine, say, as a 221 or a 222K. So if you get all of that right, you are an incredibly gifted student, and probably also a gifted teacher as well. So there you go. So I'm going to put on another piece of music, and then I'm going to give you the answers. So if you didn't get the answers in there by the time I give them, it's an impromptu contest that had no declared winners. And again, I'm not looking at the chat, so I don't know if you've already typed it in there. So that last one we heard was called Campfire. Now headphones. Headphones. Headphones, that's a fun one, isn't it? I wonder when headphones came out. Does anyone want to Google that just for kicks and giggles and tell me when they first developed the headphones? Because before that, when people were playing their music, everyone had to listen to their music. Then all of a sudden they came out with headphones, and now they have wireless headphones and Bluetooth headphones and all the other fancy stuff that I don't own. But that'd be interesting to know when headphones came on the scene. Anyone want to do that just to get an A in the class today and to be my favorite student? Okay, Maddy, I know you're at this premiere because this is your baby. This is your bandit. Maddy, I want you to look at the chat, see if anyone got those answers right, because I'm about to give you the answers right now. And Maddy will be the one that types in the chat if we had two people that got the answers right, who the winners were, or no declared winners at all, which is also, that's okay. Okay, so the question I asked was, what year was the featherweight Singer 222K introduced? The answer was 1953, and it was introduced in the UK, Europe, Australia, and some introduction was made in Canada as well, but it was never introduced or marketed in the US. When did they stop producing the featherweight 222K? 1961. And the last bonus question was, when was that little badge plate added that identified the machine, say, as a 221 or a 222K? 1953, which was about 5 years before Bandit was born. Well, there you go. Maddy, since this is Maddy's premiere and this is Maddy's machine, Maddy will type in the chat now after reviewing the answers that were posted, whether we have no winner, whether we have two winners, one winner, whatever. So I'm going to throw these books to the side. Again, Maddy is going to receive a copy of this cool book and this cool book, and then we'll wait and see what Maddy says as far as whether or not anyone else is going to be awarded one or the other of those books. Again, if we have two winners that typed in the right answers, they have a choice between one or the other book. They're not going to get both. Only Maddy gets both because this is her premiere, folks. This is her pate. This is her pate because of Bandit. Yep. Okay. So that was headphones. I don't know. I'm not looking at the chat. If anyone typed in when did headphones first come on the scene, you know, in their infancy, you know, with that old, big old fat plug-in thing they used to stick into the whatever device it was so people could listen to music privately. I'd just be curious to know. So this next one is called Nightmares In. It's kind of a freaky title, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Nightmares In. All right, let's turn down Nightmares In. Stop that for a second. There we go. Turn the volume way down, and let's get back to some more sewing on Bandit. So if Maddy typed in the chat, you know, your screen title or whatever and said, yep, so-and-so nailed it, they got it right, they got all the dates right, blah, 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 for your impromptu contest, Scott, then reach out to me afterwards, and I will mail you your choice of books. All right, let's get back to Bandit. And I didn't give you this as an opportunity. Let me give you one more opportunity to win something fun, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. But if you want to try to win something fun by looking up, and I've already mentioned that Bandit was born in 1958, but if you want to look up his serial number to know the specific date of birth, and you type that in the chat first, and you reach out and give me your personal information. Again, Maddy's going to indicate whether or not you've gotten it right after I give the answer. But the serial number for Bandit is, get ready for this, get ready to write it down, grab your pencil, pen, or crayon. Bandit's serial number is E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, 138802. So again, Bandit's serial number is E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, 138802. One last time, EN 138802. If you type in the correct birth date for Bandit, you're the first one to do it. And Maddy says, yep, they nailed it based on your answer, Scott. Of course, Maddy already knows the birth date of Bandit. Duh. Then I'll send you something special if you reach out afterwards and said, I got the serial number right with the birth date, blah, blah, blah. I'll drop something in the mail. I'll drop something in the mail to you that is fun. All right, I'm only going to give you a few seconds to do that. I realize you probably have to go to ISMAX or somewhere like that, look up the serial number, confirm it, blah, blah, blah. So I'll give you a few seconds to do that. As a matter of fact, while you're doing that, we'll do another sew-off. And I'll set this right here with Bandit's information. Make sure I'm putting it down so you can't see it. Yep, there we go. Let's do a single layer of alkyd while y'all are looking up that answer, okay? All right, single layer of alkyd. Again, if you're new to this channel, that's what we're going to be sewing off right there. It's about 3 to 4 ounces of chemically processed alkyd. It's the equivalent of what a men's belt would be in most instances. So we're sewing through a man's belt, the equivalent thickness. And I'm just going to launch into this. I'm going to take that take-up arm to the highest position. And without even hand starting Bandit, we're just going to buzz down. Now there are some big boy machines that have not gone through my optimization process, like 1591s, 201-2s, even some FOF 332s, and a whole bunch of slantomatics that would not be able to accomplish this sew-off. And if they could accomplish it, it would only be with a hand start. And if you don't know what a hand start is, that's where when you push on the foot controller at the same time, you kind of rotate that balance wheel a little bit to give the machine like a little boost. And then once it's in locomotion, then it can complete the sew-off. We're going to do this without doing a hand start on this Featherweight 222K. And I'll actually widen the shot so you can see that. So that was Nightmares In. And the next one we're going to hear is Billy Goat Stomp. That just sounds fun, doesn't it? Billy Goat Stomp. Billy Goat Stomp. All right, let me change this shot a little bit so you can actually see that after I've optimized Bandit's motor, we can go through 3 to 4 ounces of genuine alkyd on this 222K, a featherweight, folks, and it can bust through this leather without any hand start whatsoever. All right, so here we go. Just going to double check that my take-up arm is in the correct position, which it is. All right, here we go. A single layer of alkyd, about 3 to 4 ounces, the equivalent of a man's belt. And let's see how Bandit does with this. Here we go. Kind of stopped a couple times just to show you. No problem at all. And again, I'm using embroidery thread, folks. Embroidery thread. Oh, I see. The feet on the bobbin was a little bit wonky. Let me buzz down that again. That's one of those live premiere things. Let me buzz down one more time. I see that the bobbin feed, I felt it stick a little bit. I was wondering about that when we launched. It stuck a little bit. And hopefully I'm not getting down near the bottom of the thread, which I might be after all the off I did a lot of off-camera sewing as well, and as the bobbin gets down near the bottom, it sometimes can have feed issues on any machine, not just the Featherweight 222K. So let's try this again, and then I'm going to do a spot check on our bobbin, just see how low we are. If we have to wind a bobbin, we'll wind a bobbin, which is totally fine. So let's try this one more time. I'm going to launch into this again, no hand start, and then I'll do a spot check on the bobbin just to make sure that we're not getting really low after all the sewing that I've done off camera and now on camera. Okay, here we go. Schnock Bandits, yeah, we're good to go that time. So I'll do a spot check on the bobbin because I've done a lot of sewing on this machine, which means I've also done a lot of sewing on this needle as well. So again, the bobbin is going to be on the end of the cylinder. I'm just going to go ahead and pull it out. Make sure your needle is not in the down position when you do this, otherwise the needle is going to be in the bobbin case. And I've actually been contacted, believe it or not, by people that say, I can't remove the bobbin case on my machine. And I'll say, where's your needle? They'll say it's down. That's because your needle is in the bobbin case and you can't pull it out with the needle in there. So I'm going to pull this out real quick, just check our level. And since I have the bobbin case out, I'll just show you and tell you that when you have the bobbin case out, there we go. Yeah, I'll just take it all the way out. Yeah, we've got quite a bit of thread left. I think we're pretty solid. So when you're setting up your machine to sew, you're going to hold your bobbin case in your left hand and your bobbin in your right hand, and you want the thread to be coming over the top. So in other words, the thread is going to be coming over the top like this, not underneath, which means when this bobbin is in the bobbin case, it's going to be rotating clockwise. So I'm going to slide that in, bring that into the little slat, and then bring it down to the end. So it's underneath that tension band. Once I get it in there we go. Okay, and then when you're putting the bobbin case back in, make sure that you have the bobbin case orientated. I know we're a distance out right now, I think, on the shot, aren't we? So make sure when you put it in that you have the thread coming out the top. And then just snap it back into place again. And then we'll just draw the thread up as we normally would. It's always more difficult when you do things on camera, folks. If any of you ever do your own YouTube channels or whatever, you'll know what I mean. It's always more challenging when you do it on camera. Come on. Cooperate. We're on camera. There we go. At last. You're just going to rotate your needle toward, or rotate your balance wheel towards you. Get that thread to pull up. And then draw it to the rear. Okay, so I think we're okay on bobbin thread for now. Okay, so finally the answer that I just asked you about Maddy's serial number for Bandit. And then we'll look at these stitches. I'll just stick them right here. So again, the serial number was EN 138-802. And the correct date of birth that you should have typed in for Bandit was March 17th, 1958. March 17th, 1958. Maddy will look at the entries that people typed in, and she'll declare whether or not there is a winner that got that correct before I announced it. Now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put Maddy's cool identification tag for Bandit along with the key for the case, put it back in this really cool container with this mother of pearl inlay and all that. And this will be Bandit's special container to hold his identification credentials, in case he ever goes across the border, you know, whatever. Okay. Now let's look at the stitching. And like I said, I got a little bit, I could tell there was a little bit of a misfeed. It may have been the way that I wound the bobbin. And when that happens, you end up getting some wonky stuff that happens with the lock stitch. So let's take a look and see what that wonkiness looks like. And the first, the top row is the second row that I did. Oh, let's get closer. That would be helpful, wouldn't it? Let's get closer. Let's get really closer because I'm way off in South Dakota here. Okay. What you can already see is I'm getting ready to put on some more music, and we're kind of looking at those top stitches. Absolutely page 34. Gorgeous stitching. Get even a little bit closer. All right, so the last one we listened to is called Billy Goat Stomp. The next one is called Lukewarm Hazy. Lukewarm Hazy. Sounds like a weather report. I've said that before. Okay, so let's look at these. I'll turn it like this. So now I'll correct myself. The top line of stitching is the first row that we did. Yes. Where we had an anomaly with the feeding of the bobbin. And it created a little bit of a weird thing on the bottom. And now we're going to look at... Yeah, I'm just double checking. So yeah, top row is the first one. Bottom row is the second one we did. So let's go across. Folks, those are some page 34 stitches. Both of those top stitches that we did, the top row we did first, the bottom row we did second. I'm going to start over again. I had it leaning. I'm just going to go like this. I'm not going to look over my shoulder because then I start pulling it crooked. So I'm going to declare that they are definitely a page 34. I'm going to pause right there. Definitely a page 34 top stitch for the first and second sew off that we did. Now if I turn it over, you're going to see right away what I'm talking about by this bird nesting mess that occurred, and that was because the bobbin thread, for whatever reason, maybe because I wound it inappropriately, all of a sudden had a little glitch. And once in a blue moon, that happens. But then right away, the machine righted itself and said, whoa, what was that about? And the rest of our lock stitch going all the way down. Again, if I rotate it towards the camera, through 3 to 4 ounces of genuine elk hide. The rest of our lock stitch was just bang on. So I don't talk about that a lot, but I probably should talk about it more. You got to be careful, especially as you're rushing to get ready for a premiere, that you don't hastily wind the bobbin and you make sure that it's wound evenly. And all owner's manuals will talk about that. Make sure you're winding your bobbin, that it's even and that, you know, things are not wonky. If you lose your focus for just a second and you're in a rush, something like this can happen. Whereas that bobbin is trying to spin up and distribute that thread, and you did a poor job of winding that bobbin in that one section of it, maybe it's off canter or whatever, you get something like this. It happens. But as soon as it went through that little wonky part where I probably did a poor job of winding the bobbin, and the rest of the bobbin was good to go, it went back into its rhythm again and did just a spot-on job with its lock stitch. So I'm going to give that, just because of the little anomaly, because of my user error, because of my carelessness, I'm going to give it a near page 34 on the lock stitch. But it's definitely, especially when you look at the thickness of that, it's definitely going to get a page 34 for the top stitch of this single layer. I got to turn that because of the camera shot. because of the single layer of alkyd being 3 to 4 ounces and it generating stitches like this, which are page 34, the overall sew-off for a single layer of alkyd, I'm going to give a page 34. That's a lot of words to say. The machine did really well, and I goofed up. So I'm going to throw that to the back with the other sew-offs that we did off camera. And now, while we're in this rhythm, we might as well jump right into 2 layers of alkyd next. Now, 2 layers of alkyd on a featherweight is a little bit of insanity. Most people would say, no way, you're not going to try that, especially you're not going to try that on a 222K that, you know, again, conservatively, we're talking about a $2,500 machine. Yes, I am. And I did it off camera too, by the way. Because I want to demonstrate again that when a machine is properly optimized, when it's sewing at the top of its game, that you can do sew-offs like this, and you can do them all day long. As long as, again, you do regular maintenance and keep that machine properly lubricated. So let's get this underneath the presser foot, and let's see if we can accomplish what I did off camera, assuming I didn't goof anything else up with the bobbin. And we'll see if we can lay down some page 34 stitching through 2 layers of genuine alkyd. All right, let me lock that in place. And the last time we did a distance shot, this time I'll kind of get in a little bit closer so you can see the machine actually laying down the stitching. And right now we're going to listen to Allegro. 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 Oh, I already am zoomed in on it. I thought it was still like a country mile away. Okay, so 2 layers of genuine alkyd. Let's go ahead and buzz down this and see how Bandit handles this. He's already done it once off camera, but you know, then the bright lights are not on as much and this may be a little bit more intimidating to him. So we'll see how he does. All right, here we go. 2 layers of genuine alkyd. Here we go. I intentionally took that slow. I intentionally did that. So you can see I didn't have to go pedal to the metal with it. Didn't have to go pedal to the metal. This is kind of a mellow song, isn't it? Nothing wrong with that. I'm just going to say wow. Wow. So this is what we just sewed, folks. 2 layers of genuine alkyd. That is probably about 14 ounces of chemically processed leather. Look at it. Look at it long and hard, because you're never going to see this on another channel being sewn by a featherweight. You might see it being done by a light industrial machine with a servo motor. You might see it being done by, you know, maybe a larger scale machine, maybe a FOF, Husqvarna, something like that. You're not going to be seeing sewing like this at this level with a featherweight, especially not a featherweight 222K. People would be so terrified to try it because the machine has not been optimized, and they'd be afraid of breaking it, quite honestly. I've gone through this machine. I know what it's capable of, and this is what it's capable of right here. Let's start at the very beginning and go down. This again is going to be through 2 layers of alkyd, and we're looking at a page 34 stitch. I'm going to go really slow. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely insane. To lay down stitching like this through 2 layers of genuine alkyd. A featherweight is known for what people will argue is a perfect stitch. I say again for the record, there's no such thing as a perfect stitch. There is a near perfect stitch. and I would give this a page 34. Let me pause right there. If you agree that this is a page 34 stitch, going through 2 layers of genuine elk hide, type it in the chat right now, would you? This is again what we went through right there, folks. Let me turn it over and let's look at that lock stitch. Let's start right here, and I got to bend that back a little bit. This stuff is so daggone thick. So starting right there, and again, because of the nap, you're going to see part of this, you're going to not see part of it. But the big deal is my failure in winding the bobbin. And maybe it's because I'm not used to winding embroidery thread, to give myself a little bit of grace. There was no feed issue this time with that bobbin spinning up. And we have what is in fact a page 34 lock stitch. I can see it right here from the workbench. You're even as close as you are, it may be harder for you to see it. Absolutely spectacular. And again, folks, look at what we sewed through with a featherweight. More importantly, with a featherweight 222K. And we laid down a lock stitch like that and a top stitch like that. I want to pause here and just let you look at that, because you're not going to be seeing this anywhere else. On YouTube, on the internet. If you find another video of a 222K going through the equivalent of this and generating a stitch like that, please send me the link. I would love to see it. Because a normal 222K that has not been optimized would not be able to sew at this level. There's no way. No way. And it would not, if they could somehow hand start it and force it through, it wouldn't be generating a stitch like that. Just absolutely crazy. I'm going to throw that to the back as well, with our mounting sew-off sandwich between what we've done live on the premiere and what we did off camera. Blah. So again, folks, a featherweight is going to come with a standard 0.4 amp motor, whether it was made in Canada, like the ones that were put on the 222Ks, or whether it was made in, say, Elizabethport, New Jersey, like a number of the 221s were made. You're not going to find a machine that can do what you're seeing Bandit do right now. So this is called We Ride. We Ride. Yeah, this is a fun song. This is like sewing around in a circle song almost, isn't it? Alright, let's do some protected full grain leather. I'm trying to remember, what did I do? I did 3 layers. Wait a second. No, Italian leather, I'm sorry. I did Italian leather off camera and I did 3 layers. Let's see here. There's 2. Alright, so this is 3 layers of Italian leather right there. You see the other layer kind of tucked in there. There you go. Alright, let's buzz down 3 layers of Italian leather and see how, let's see how this little featherweight 222K does on camera with a task like this. That's this side what we're going to be sewing through. All right, take up arm all the way up. Let's give this a go. Here we go. I almost missed my turn. I almost missed my turn. All right, here we go. I had a little bit of a traction issue there launching, so we might see something a little wonky. I had the presser foot half on and half off the material, so. All right, down to the finish now. Down to the finish. Here we go. And this again is with no hand start, folks, no hand start. I don't know that I'm a huge fan of embroidery thread, although I am impressed with this stuff and how it's managing sewing through this many layers of leather with embroidery thread. Are you serious? That's just a little bit insane, truthfully. All right, let's give these threads a clip and see how we did on this Italian leather. Again, I did this off camera, 3 layers of this stuff. Now during this live premiere, I'm doing 3 layers just to, you know, basically document and certify, you know, that this is the real deal, folks. So again, if you find anyone else on the internet that sews through this much Italian leather, 3 layers of this stuff. Where am I? That's crummy. You can't really see it from that side very well. You see it probably better from this side. 3 layers of Italian leather. If you find anyone else that used a 222K or even a Featherweight 221 or a 221-1, let me know. I'd love to congratulate them in being successful in doing that, because that's not an easy thing to do. Not at all. And especially when you're talking about laying down page 34 stitching like this. Let me see if I can get a little bit closer. Matter of fact, let me see if I can lean this and we can actually zoom in on it. That edge is going to give me a little bit of a challenge, I think. Okay, I'm going to take my hand off of it and keep my fingers and toes crossed. So this is our top stitch that we're looking at right here. Again, 3 layers of Italian leather. Italian leather. Italian leather, again, is really, really slippery stuff. It's real tricky stuff to sew with. It truthfully is. And we're going to look at 2 rows at a time. Folks, I'm going to pause right there and just say, wow. Wow! Wow that I kicked the camera again. Yeah. I'm going to move that in. I keep doing that. All right, now I'm going to go back to my wow again. Pause right there. Come on, camera. We're on camera. Stop moving. Folks, those are some gorgeous stitching. Again, a very tired needle embroidery thread going through 3 layers of Italian leather. I say it all the time. I say it all the time, but if you're brand new to this channel, you're not going to see window dressing sew-offs on this channel. It's not going to happen. You're going to see sew-offs that genuinely challenge that machine to perform so it can graduate from the workshop and head home to its owner. You're not going to see easy peasy sew-offs. You're going to see sew-offs that are ridiculously difficult, like a Featherweight 222K with a 0.4 amp motor. 0.4 amps! Going through 3 layers of Italian leather and laying down page 34 stitching. Folks, that's the real deal. That's what you're going to get on this channel. All right, this is number 4 piano journey. Number 4 piano journey. Number 4 piano journey. Blah. Oh, I got to turn that a little bit more. It's not angled enough for the camera. I hope it doesn't fall. If it does, I'll pick it up again. All right, let's look at these stitches, please. can see that very, very good looking stitching, page 34 for sure, but I can see a couple of the stitches that are a little bit compressed, and that could be a feet issue. I probably should have bumped up the presser foot pressure even a little bit higher than I did. Totality of the stitching, we got to come out a ways. That's ridiculous. Let's go to right here. Folks, that is an incredible feat. A 0.4 amp motor going through 3 layers of Italian leather. Absolutely insane. All right, let's look at the lock stitch now. Let's see if we see anything crazy and dramatic. But I'm going to give that a definite page 34. A sew-off like this is off the charts. Truthfully, a sew-off like this would be off the charts even for a sewing with like a 201-2, the Rolls-Royce of Singers. Even doing a sew-off like this on Mike's machine that we opened up this Premiere with, the 1591, which has a 0.5 amp motor, but it's direct drive. We're not dealing with a belt on Mike's machine. We are dealing with a belt on this machine. So it's belt driven. It has the potential for slippage, for that belt becoming glazed, for losing traction. And yet, even without a hand start, we were able to go through these 3 layers of Italian leather with Maddy's 222K Bandit. And Bandit just ate it up. Like, no big deal, man. No big deal. Well, I'm picking out another song. I'm going to turn it around. We can look at that lock stitch. And I can already see page 34. And I'm actually seeing a little more poppiness on this side, which might be telling me that our upper tension might be pulling a little bit too hard. But again, I've never sewn at this level 3 layers of Italian leather using embroidery thread before. And thread does play a factor into how that stitch is going to be formed and how it presents as well. So that last one was called Number 4 Piano Journey. Now we're going to go into Hovering Thoughts. Hovering Thoughts. And the hovering thought right now is for anyone watching this channel that's never watched sewing at this level before, especially with a featherweight. Their hovering thought is, how the heck is this possible? How is it possible to lay down a top stitch like we've already seen and to lay down a lock stitch like this? And I am gonna, because this stuff is curling a little bit, I am going to probably manually bring this across so you can see it. Because if I just try to show it to you like this, you're going to miss part of that stitch. Because the material is kind of bent over a little bit. So let's straighten it out. Oh my goodness, that is a beautiful stitch. Oh, no, that's my thumb. That's my thumb. Did the camera move? Yes, it did. Hold on a second. How did that happen? How the heck did the camera move? I didn't bump it again, did I? My camera has a mind of its own. It really does. All right, I'm going to lock it in. I really cranked it down this time so I don't bump it again. Okay, back to the lock stitch at last. Can we see that? Let me just come up just a hair. There we go. I think we can see both now. I want to see both at the same time. Nope, we still can't. There we go. Okay, starting here, let's go across and look at these. And we're actually starting from the opposite end that I was starting at originally. But I want you to see what a page 34 lock stitch looks like, because this is what it looks like here, folks. And again, the lock stitch is always going to be tougher to generate because of the factors of friction and working that embroidery thread all the way back up through these 3 layers of Italian leather. It is not an easy task at all. It's incredibly tough. And yet to deliver, where am I? To deliver stitching like that is just crazy. It's just crazy. Absolutely gorgeous stitching all the way down. See if I can walk it. It's not as curly on that end. See if I can walk it down the rest of the way. Yeah, here's where we get puckery again. I'm going to have to kind of pull that leather back a little bit. See where that's puckered up there? Let's pull that back so you can see it. And I'm having to kind of look over my shoulder at the same time. There we go. Folks, I'm going to pause right there. I'll pause right here. It's probably a good place to pause. I'm just going to say it. That is definitely a page 34 lock stitch as well. I'll go by one more time so you can see him. Again, where else are you going to see someone using a featherweight 222K? That's a lot easier to say. A featherweight 222K, laying down stitching like this, a lock stitch like this, through 3 layers of Italian leather. If you've never sewn Italian leather, you got to do it. It will push whatever machine you're using to a new level. And when you get at this level, where you're laying down stitching like this through 3 layers of Italian leather, using a featherweight with a 0.4 amp motor, this has less than 1/3 of the strength of say a Husqvarna green machine, and yet it's sewing through leather like it's a green machine. It is. And it's all because of what I did to Bandit's motor. It's all because of that motor work that sets this machine apart. You would not be able to do this on another featherweight. There's just no way. There's just no way you'd be able to sew at this level with another featherweight unless it went through my intense process. So you could lay down stitching like this. Look at that. I don't want to belabor this, but it's such a rare thing to see any featherweight, but particularly a featherweight triple deuce K, go through something like this with the ease that it did. No hand start, just launched into it like it was a big boy. And Bandit said, I am a big boy. I can get this done. I might only have a 0.4 amp motor, Scott, but you went through that motor surgically, and I've got every single fraction of what that motor can do, more so than when it even left the factory. Not to mention, I'm going to lay down a page 34 lock stitch and a page 34 top stitch as well. Let me flip that around. It's harder to see that direction. And a page 34 top stitch as well. That's going to the back as a definite pass. Nowhere else will you see machines push to this limit on a live premiere but on this channel. I mean, I'm not going to mess around. The machine is either going to get it done or it's not going to graduate from the workshop. All right, the next one is called, let's see, that was called Hovering Thoughts, and now we have Dreamland. Dreamland. All right, let's go the opposite direction. Let's go the opposite direction now. We started out this premiere with that ribbon material, 100% polyester. Super duper lightweight stuff. And we've jumped around through much heavier sew-offs, crazy sew-offs. And now we're going to go back on the light side again. And I'm going to go down and sew some 100% cotton material, similar to what a quilter would use. And again, since I'm giving a book away if someone won, and giving a book to Maddy on the ease of quilting, basically, or pain-free quilting is what the title is, I might as well piece together 2 super thin layers of cotton. And I'm not even going to use a stiffener this time. I'm just going to buzz down and around and see how Bandit can manage the lighter side of things. He's already shown his muscle. He's already shown that he is a macho dude. He's got his machismo without a doubt in being able to do the sew-offs that he's already done. And now we're going to go down and around with some lightweight cotton, which is a lot more appropriate considering we're using embroidery thread. But I don't worry too much about being appropriate on this channel. I like to have fun. I like to push the boundaries. And that's what we're going to do as we continue this premiere. After I get a drink real quick, because my throat's getting a little parched again. Isn't it fun to push the boundaries? It is fun to push the boundaries, especially when it's the very first time that you're introducing a particular machine to your audience. And this is the very first full premiere where I'm introducing a 222K. So let's have a little fun, right? Let's push the boundaries. All right, here goes with 2 super thin layers of cotton, similar to what a quilter would use. And we're just going to kind of go down and around. I don't know if I'll do I probably won't do the in a circle thing. I'll just go down and around, and we'll just stitch these two together. All right, are you ready? Here we go. Once I get my foot on the foot control, here we go. All right, let's stop right there. Turn our corner. And down to the finish. How does Bandit sound? Type in the chat. You just had a chance to hear Bandit with no music, nothing going on. Just hear him running. Doing a fairly light sew-off, obviously with 2 pieces of cotton. Type in the chat what you think about how he sounds. I've got my opinion. All right, let me clip these threads and we'll take a look and see if we can see this stitching. It's going to be a little bit challenging with yellow on white, but we'll give it a try. I can see where I launched. Okay, pick up my little thread droppings. Trying to see the angle of that with the lighting, which is going to be the easiest way for us to see it. We might be able to see it that way. Otherwise, I could grab, since Maddy actually provided it to me, and I haven't used it yet during this premiere, I could actually use her thread holder on this maybe. Let's see how that works. Let's see how that works. We'll see what we can see. So this again, 2 thin layers of 100% cotton material. The last song we just heard is called Chords of Harmony. Now we're going to play Just Stay. Just Stay. It's a pretty tune. Let's turn this up a little bit while we're looking at these stitches. And this is our top stitch. It's really hard to see in that lighting, isn't it? Hold on a second. Get down on the ground so I can be at the same level as the stitching. This is going to be a little bit more of a challenge to see. Let's try that again. There we go. That's a little bit better, I think. I am just like about an inch away from the material. I'm just looking at it from the angle. It's a little bit easier. Or I can just pick it up too, couldn't I? Trying every angle I can to try to see these stitches a little bit more clearly. Yeah, I think we finally got it. Some beautiful, beautiful stitching. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Yeah, depending on the color of the thread you pick and the angle you have and the lighting, it can be a bit of a challenge, but I'm determined. I am determined. Okay. Well, I don't know what you can see on your screen, but I'm seeing some beautiful, beautiful stitching. Let's go ahead and turn it over. We'll look at that lock stitch. Again, I'm almost under the impression that my upper tension might be turned up a little bit higher than it should be right now. Well, let's see what we think. So this again is going to be our lock stitch. Yeah, I think it's probably up a little bit higher than it probably needs to be. But let's just take a look at this stitching. Beautiful stitching. Let's pause right there. All right, pause right there. Folks, I am on this light sew off, which is really hard to see because of the light fabric, the light cotton, and the embroidery thread. It's really, I mean, it's a little bit of an effort to see it. But again, what I can see on my little screen prior to the premiere going live is going to be different than what you can see when you're on a bigger screen, or once you know the video quality has been enhanced and improved by YouTube. It's just night and day what you can see. Pause right there and just turn that material just slightly. There we go. I'll adjust the camera again. Pause right there. Well, I am going to give that a definite pass, and I would say a page 34 on the top and lock stitch. It goes to show the Featherweight is known for being able to manage materials that are super lightweight. It's a very popular machine for quilters to piece quilt blocks together, etc. And it definitely demonstrated it can handle that light side as well. So I'm going to throw that into the back as a definite pass. And let's move forward. Let's move forward. I know I spent a lot of time on that, but again, I wish I could see what it's going to look like on the screen versus what it looks like through my tiny little window on the camera. I wouldn't have to spend as much time making sure that you're seeing what I want you to see. Let's see. So this next one is called, we just heard Just Stay, and now Till Death Parts Us. Till Death Parts Us. All right, let me come out on this shot a little bit and show you what we've sewn so far, which is a lot more exciting than the carpet, I'm sure. Okay, so again on Maddy's 222K Bandit, off camera, this is what well actually I did this off camera and on camera. Let me throw that over there. So off camera I did these. Again, same needle. Combination of protected full grain leather, or excuse me, Italian leather. Off camera. Wide stitch length variation on this protected full grain leather. Single layer of alkyd. 2 layers of alkyd. So this was all off camera. Now let's continue to build our sandwich. That was off camera. Now I'm going to grab my other stuff that we just did live on the premiere. And that's what our sew-off sandwich looks like so far, between off camera and on camera. These are the ones that we just looked at. Then I've got this ribbon material. I did some of it off and on camera. This super light cotton material that we just did. I'll kind of join those together so I don't get too confused. And then I redid this Italian leather again, 3 layers on this live premiere with a beautiful outcome of page 34 stitching. And then we redid again on this live premiere these 2 layers, where am I? 2 layers of alkyd. And this 222K just did an incredible job. Top stitch, lock stitch. Again, folks, we're talking about, look at, with a featherweight. And then a single layer of alkyd as well, with equally impressive outcomes as far as the stitch quality. So I'm not going to separate these again. I'm just going to say the total sew-offs for Bandit, on and off camera, this is what we've done so far. Folks, this is the real deal. I'm just going to keep on saying that. When you want to see machines performing at the top of their game after they've been optimized in my workshop, and you want to see what they're capable of, not what all makes and models of the same type are capable of, but what my machines are capable of, it will right away draw a line in the sand and say, do you want mediocrity or do you want excellence? If you want excellence, there's only one place to come. So this next one is called Invisible Beauty. Invisible Beauty. And what we're looking at in camera right now is a visible beauty. The song again is Invisible Beauty. This is a visible beauty. Isn't Bandit spectacular? And not just a looker. Not just, you know, a showpiece that goes up on a shelf and you go, look at how pretty it is. This is a showpiece, museum quality beauty of a machine that you can use. He's a tool. Bandit loves to go to work and will love to go to work for Maddy when he gets back with all of his renewed strength. Yeah. All right, let's do some more sewing. Less talking, more sewing, right, Scott? Yeah. I like talking, though. And I have things to share. We learn together, don't we? If I never talked, we wouldn't learn very much in this classroom, would we? All right, let's do some more sewing now. I'm going to sneak a quick drink. You want to get a quick drink, you can do that too, even though you're not doing all the talking. Bandit, what should we sew next? Oh, really? Okay. You think that since the book that I'm going to give to Maddy is written by a lady by the name of Emma. See that? Where is it? There. This fun book on costumes is written by Emma Hardy. Emma Hardy. And since Emma and Maddy, who don't know each other necessarily other than through premieres, since they both are from the area of Naples, Florida, and since Emma gave me that cool commercial grade canvas, we should do canvas next. Yeah, I agree. Let's grab some of Maddy's, or excuse me, grab some of Emma's. I have too many names in my head. We'll grab some of Emma's really cool commercial canvas that she gave me when I met her down in Florida. And she showed me St. Augustine, which is a really cool area. So we got this really cool canvas that Emma gave me. We're starting with 2 layers of it, which, you know, you're talking commercial grade canvas. That's not a laughable sew off in and of itself. But we're going to go ahead and fold it down the middle to get us up to 4 layers, and then fold it one more time to get us all the way up to 6 layers. Folks, I've done this on big boy machines, and we're going to be doing it now on Bandit, who, he's a featherweight. He's not used to this. But now that he's got his renewed strength, no worries. So 6 layers of this commercial grade canvas that Emma gave me down in Florida. And we're going to see how Bandit can handle this, which is not going to be an easy task at all. But I think he'll make it look pretty doggone easy. All right. And again, I'm going to sew this as well with no hand start. We're just going to jump into it after I pick out another piece of music. So that was called Invisible Beauty. And the next one I'm going to play for you is called Waiting. Waiting. You're waiting for right now for me to pick music, and you're waiting right now for me to stop talking so we can watch Bandit do more sewing. Right? Yeah. Oh, let me turn the volume down. Let's try that again. A little bit further down. And a little bit further down. There we go. Well, I can see that you can see through my little screen that 6 layers of commercial canvas, this stuff that Emma gave me down in Florida, is no simple task. And again, we're talking about a Featherweight 222K with a 0.4 amp motor. Yes, I turbocharged it. Yes, I spruced it up. Yes, I totally optimized it. So it probably has more power than some machines that have much bigger motors. But hey, that's beside the point. It's only a 0.4 amp motor, folks. It's a little baby motor. But Bandit is ready to rock this. So let's see how he does with this sew off. He slammed every other sew off so far. Let's see how he does with 6 layers of commercial canvas. Here we go. And that feeds so true. I'm not even holding the material. I don't know if you can see that. I'm not even holding it. I'm just kind of pushing the foot controller a little bit and saying, okay, Bandit, you do the rest, buddy. And I was just on the phone with a real sweet gal from New York yesterday. And if she happens to watch this premiere, she'll be like, hey, you mentioned me. Nicole. Nicole, who ended up buying a a model 128 from another person that does restorative type, servicing, generalist type work on machines. And Nicole was very frustrated. She was like, I had hopes and dreams for this machine. I'm brand new to vintage. I went back to the owner who sold me this machine, who says that she's a restorer. And I told her what I was struggling with. She says she didn't know how to help me, but she gave me your email, Scott, and I'm reaching out to you in desperation. And I said, give me a call. So she and I talked for quite a while on the phone. I gave her a number of tips and tricks. And I said, I don't know where the machine is at right now that you got from this other individual that says that they do similar work to me. When I optimize a machine, it's going to be able to do what you're seeing Bandit doing right now on screen. You're seeing Bandit do things that you normally wouldn't ever see a featherweight with a 0.4 amp motor being able to do. There's just no way. And yet Bandit is doing it with absolute ease. Absolute ease. Like it's no big deal, man. I know I'm a featherweight, but I'm a featherweight kind of from Brooklyn, if you know what I mean. I'm all pumped up. I'm ready to get this done. And so Nicole was very, very emotional, frustrated about this. I said, try these things. Again, I don't know if you've gotten a machine from this lady, and by my standards, where my machines are on a scale of 10, I didn't know if you have a machine you got from this lady that's like at a 4. So maybe it won't be able to do what you're wanting it to do. If that's the case, you could always send your Model 128 to the workshop, and when you get it back, you're not even going to recognize it as to what it's capable of doing. Just like when Bandit gets back to Maddy down in Florida, Naples, Florida, Maddy's not even going to recognize it. But she will have already seen Bandit doing all these amazing things on this live premiere, so she'll be like, yeah, Scott did what he does. He made this 222K better than when it left the factory. And I could do the same thing for Nicole if the tips that I gave her for her 128 don't get the machine doing what she wants it to do. And right away when I was talking to Nicole from New York, she was like, you know what? If these things don't work, can I reach back out? Can I send you this machine? Yeah, absolutely. Or can I get another machine for you? I said, before we get on that road, let's see what we can do with this 128. Because I'm all about, let's give this vintage machine every opportunity. But at the same time, the balance factor is, I don't want that new vintage owner, someone brand new to vintage sewing machines, to get frustrated. I'm going to come out of this shot. I don't want someone brand new, yeah, these are my new glasses. I don't want someone brand new to vintage sewing machines to get to a point of frustration. And I said this to Nicole on the phone. I said, I don't want you to get to a point of frustration where you say, heck with this, I'm not going to do vintage machines anymore. I want us to figure something out, whether it's using these tips that I gave you or you sending the machine to me so I can show you what a 128 is capable of. She said, I already watched your videos on your YouTube channel. I saw what a 128 can do, and mine can't do that. I said, that's because it hasn't gone through my process. It hasn't gone underneath the scalpel. It hasn't gone through that surgical, intense optimization process. Once your machine goes through that, done. You're going to see your machine doing things like you're seeing Bandit do right now on this live premiere. Yeah. It's not, it is workshop magic to some extent, but it really is just hard work. It's hard work that I pour into machines like Bandit, or that I could pour into Nicole's Model 128 that make the machine do things like this. We just pause right there. Look at that. Look at what you can see right now on what Bandit just did with 6 layers of commercial grade canvas that I got from Emma down in Florida. Folks, I can already tell you just looking right now, right here, that these are page 34 stitches that Bandit just laid down. The top stitch at least. We haven't looked at the lock stitch yet. Let me pick out some more music and we'll look at these stitches a lot closer. So that was called Waiting. Right now you're waiting on me again. You're waiting on me again to pick out another song so we can Look at these stitches. This next song is called A Typical Ride Out. A Typical Ride Out. All right, let's take a look at these stitches, shall we? Oh my gosh. I wish you could be in the workshop with me right now, leaning over my shoulder and saying, you've got to be kidding. You've got to be kidding. Because if you're in the workshop, you like, I'm watching it live on a Premiere right now. I know it's not edited. I know it's live exactly as it's happening. But if I could be in the workshop and actually be next to Scott as he's sewing these, how daggone wicked cool would that be? Yeah, that would be cool. I've had a couple customers that are in the workshop when I'm actually doing the live premiere, and they're like, I can't believe, but I know that it just did it because I just saw it sew through that much canvas, commercial grade. Do you see that, folks? Yeah, you do. Do you see that? I love it. Oh my gosh. That's just page 34. Look at bandit stitches. Yeah, duh. It's that easy. It's that easy. Bandit, you are so cool, man. You are so awesome. Yes, that's true. Bandit just whispered. He said, you made me awesome. I didn't come to the workshop like this. True. Absolutely true. Wow. Wow! I just totally moved the material with my wow there. Wow. Folks, those are totally page 34. And look at it again. 6 layers of commercial canvas. All right, let me focus just on the material, because every time I look at the camera and I'm trying to make sure I'm keeping it straight, I make it crooked. Those are spectacular. Bandit, clap, 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 man. You deserve it. Well done. Let's turn it over and look at the lock stitch. Turn it over like that. We'll look at that lock stitch now. I just have to bend this material a little bit. And again, folks, we're going through, this is our lock stitch again right now. We're going through this intense 6 layers of commercial canvas using embroidery thread. I always love to push the limits so that the machine can even demonstrate more when it's dealing with really what is almost impossible, and yet it succeeds hands down in laying down a page 34 lock stitch like this. Again, pulling that embroidery thread back up through these 6 layers of commercial canvas, that's a new level of crazy, folks. That is a new level of crazy. And just pause right there. Look at that lock stitch. That is absolutely page 34. Unbelievable. Bandit, wow. Bandit, wow. Wow. All right, I'm inspired to ring the bell. Since I forgot to ring it anyway, it's perfect to do it now. I should have like a bell for page 34 stitching. What do you think? I've already got the hourglass that my good friend Roberta gave to me. But I should have a special bell just for page 34 stitching. Wow, wow! Look at that. 6 layers of commercial canvas. 6 layers of commercial canvas. I know. That's going in the stack as a pass. Holy mackerel. How do you beat that? How do you beat... I don't know. Bandit, I can't challenge you. I can't challenge... Now, how is this possible? I can't challenge a featherweight with a 0.4 amp motor doing sew-offs that you would normally see on the big boy machines. You'd see sew-offs like this, 6 layers of commercial canvas. You'd see that on a 1591, yeah. On Mike's machine, yeah, you would. You'd see it on a 201-2, yeah, you would, of course. You might, yeah, you'd see it on a FOF, like a 332 or 130 or 130-6, like Alberto's machine that I sent to Texas. And actually, by the way, I'm preparing another 130-6 for Alberto's sister now, if you didn't know that. So you'll see that popping up soon enough in a premiere, hopefully, sometime soon, when I can get to it. I'm really busy. But you're not going to see sew-offs like this on a featherweight. You just won't. I mean, you'll see some of this craziness in other premieres and videos that I posted on this channel of featherweight 221s, but you've never seen this craziness with a 222K, a triple deuce K. You just never have. Yeah, okay, granted, it's the first premiere of a 222K, but it's still crazy, the stuff I'm doing with this machine, right? Yeah, it is. But craziness is why you love this channel. It just is. Craziness is why you love this channel. Yes, it is. All right, let's pick out another song. So that was a typical ride out. The next one is Skules Out. I have no idea what that means. But it's a fun song. Yeah, it is. All right, let's be more crazy. Let's do something else crazy. Let's do something else crazy with Bandit. This incredible 222K that sews like a light industrial machine, but he is a featherweight 222K. If you're doubting me, there you go. 1953, they started doing this. They added that extra little plate. 1953, that was part of my impromptu contest quiz thing a little while ago. There it is. We're doing light industrial sewing with a 222K. Yeah, we are. Light industrial sewing with a 222K. Insane, but it's fun. It's fun. All right. So I'm trying to see what we did. So off camera, all I did is a single layer of protected full grain leather, and I had done that sew off like this. Let me show you again. Off camera, I had done all of this. Remember that? Just beautiful page 34 stitching all the way down into the super satin range on the bottom there, where we're like just on the edge of 30 stitches per inch. And then up top we had a much larger stitch and kind of took it down in grades. Smaller, 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 smaller. Ah, tiny! Look at on the bottom. Like, how can you even see that? And again, laying down satin stitches like that with embroidery thread on a single layer of protected full grain leather. See that? About 3 ounces, 4 ounces almost. When you get down into that satin range using embroidery thread, that again is insane. Insane! We did it. Yeah, we did. But we didn't do more layers of protected full grain leather. I think we might do that sometime soon. But in the meantime, just to get my good friend Paula Noel a little bit excited, because she really loves me calling this vegan leather when, you know, some people argue it's called vegan leather because there's no animal products in it, right? But don't they call other things sold on the market vegan stuff, and then they all of a sudden discover that it has some sort of animal byproducts in it? And also in the clothing industry, they call certain things, you know, animal friendly or whatever, and then all of a sudden they discover it. You know what? Yeah, but it has tiny little, minuscule amounts of animal products in it. I'm kind of on the edge about this. I've been calling it vegan leather. I'm going to continue to call it vegan leather. But I also shared in the last premiere that I found that some of this vegan style leather actually does have minuscule amounts of animal byproducts in it. So we'll just leave that debate open for now. And I'm going to call it vegan leather, and it might have some leather in it, but it definitely has some incredibly nasty vinyl type material in it as well. That makes it really tricky stuff to sew. And we're not going to do one layer, we're not going to do 2 layers, we're going to do 3 layers. Okay? But I'm kind of hesitant to, again, I don't want to run my bobbin on. I got a lot more sewing left to do. Let me cut this in half so I can use the other half in another sew off. Let me grab my scissors and cut this in half. We'll go down through 3 layers of this. I'll put the other side back out so we can see the stitching a little bit more clearly. and we'll see how Bandit is able to manage this super tricky vegan style material that has a high concentration of vinyl in it. Okay, this next one is called Longest Run. Longest Run. I immediately think of Forrest Gump. Forrest Gump when he's running and running and running. Yeah. All right, let's cut this in half and we'll buzz down this stuff. 3 layers of it. There's 2. I don't have to cut all of these because I just need 3 sections of this. So this last one will leave intact. Okay, scissors down. So 1, 2. Then I'll put the other one facing out. See that? We're back to that waiting song again. We're waiting on Scott again. What the heck? Okay, so here's our 3 layers of vegan style leather. All I did is cut it down a little bit so I don't waste material. And then I put the back side, see that? So they're both the same so we can see the stitching more easily than on that grain. Although that grain wouldn't be impossible. See why I'm kind of curious as to whether or not it might have some animal byproducts? That just looks too good to be synthetic 100%. Don't you agree? Yeah. I'm going to stick with... Okay, debate is open. Let's get that underneath the presser foot. Presser foot is down. So here again, we've got 3 layers. You can see it in the camera. 3 layers of this vegan style leather. I'm going to get my take-up arm all the way up. All right, we should be good to go. And again, I'm going to launch into this without using a hand start. Now, if I have to, on any of these sew-offs, if I have to use a hand start, no worries. But I'm going to try to accomplish all of these sew-offs. Even when I did the 2 layers of elk hide, the 3 layers of Italian leather on a featherweight 222K, no hand start. So let's see if we can continue that trend. 3 layers of vegan style leather. It would be the equivalent, if you were to put it in leather terms, of about 8 ounces of leather. Okay? Here we go. Let's see how this, let's see if Bandit can continue his rocking and rolling, baby. Let's see if he can continue it. Here we go. Easy peasy. Just took it like, hey, let's just take a walk in the park. Let's just walk in the park. That's what we're going to do. Let's just take a walk in the park and go through 3 layers of vegan leather, which big boy machines even have struggled with a little bit. And now Bandit just went through 3 layers of this like it was done. 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 Bandit, every featherweight should come to the workshop and get optimized like you, so it can like try to keep up with you, man. It should try to keep up with you. That is some beautiful stitching. I probably should have gone up, look at that from the side. I probably should have gone up just a little bit on the presser foot pressure, because again, this stuff is real slippery. It's got that nylon factor. It will mess with the feed. It will mess with the needle going through it, because you already know what vinyl can do when you're trying to sew it. Vinyl or nylon for that matter, but vinyl in this instance. So it's gonna, I mean, it's just gonna mess with stitch quality and everything else. But it totally failed with trying to do that with Bandit. Let me grab Maddy's stitch holder. See if we can use this. Let's see if we can use this to look at these stitches. Trying to get the right lighting too. Okay, I've got it in place at last. So that was Longest Run. And this next one is called Be Up Steps or something like that. Be Up Steps. Our next song coming up, I never tell you the title in advance. The next one is called Prophet 7. That sounds kind of cool, doesn't it? All right. let's look at these stitches. Again, vegan leather, 3 layers of this stuff. And Bandit with his 0.4 amp motor just went through it like, done. Done. Look at that. It's got that vinyl stuff in it, man. Pause. Absolutely phenomenal stitching. Absolutely phenomenal top stitch. The stitch formation, the presentation, the integrity of the stitch. Probably just a little bit more presser foot pressure, but other than that, Bandit did it again. Bandit did it again. All right, it's so obviously page 34, folks. Look at it even from a distance, the totality of stitching. Hand off the camera, Scott. All right, let's flip it around and look at the lock stitch. This is like a no-brainer. Look at it again from the side, folks. All right, let's turn it around and look at that lock stitch. And I think I keep saying it, I haven't done anything about it because I'm not going to mess up all the success that Bandit is enjoying. But if I were sewing a ton of this stuff, I probably would bump down the upper tension just slightly because we're getting a little bit more poppiness on the lock stitch, and we took a little bit away from the top stitch. And again, if you go too high on that upper tension, you're going to end up compressing that lock stitch. We don't have that in this instance. It looks like a nice, full, beautiful, beautiful lock stitch through this nasty, crazy, vegan style leather. With page 34 stitches, folks. Pause. Wow. Wow! Absolutely unbelievable. Let's look at the totality. Folks, nothing I put in front of this little 222K that weighs a little bit more than a standard featherweight just because of the engineering of it and such. But it's still a teeny tiny little machine with a 0.4 amp motor. A 0.4 amp motor, folks. It's a tiny little motor. And yet now that it's optimized, it's like a couple people described the mini clips I posted of a Bandit revving up. Says it sounds like a turbo. It sounds like a turbo. I think Dusty said that too. And he's right. When I go through and do a motor work, and I'm sure Dusty's the same in his workshop when he sits down to his light industrial machines, he just goes at it. You know, do it right or go home. That's our look at. That's the way we look at things. Do it right or go home. And when we optimize a machine, and I don't want to speak for Dusty, but I know the man pretty well. When he goes after a light industrial machines and he says, "I'm going to tear it down and make it like it's new," he's serious. And I'm the same way on this side of the house. You know, so this is what you get. This is what you get when you take that extra time and you do it right. When you apply my process to optimizing a machine, even a little featherweight like this with a 0.4 amp motor, it's going to do sewing that you would expect to see from a much, much bigger machine. And it's going to lay down page 34 stitching on top of it. All right, this goes to the back as a definite pass. 3 layers of this vegan style leather. Crazy, crazy. With that vinyl in there. Ugh. It's like dealing with bubblegum material all day long. All right, let's get some more music on and do some more sewing on Bandit. And the next one, I already told you the title. It's called Prophet 7. Prophet 7. And I'm going to get another little drink of water. And I haven't even wiped off Bandit yet. What's up with that? amazing. Amazing what this little guy can do. Amazing. Amazing. And it's amazing I can kick the camera too. Yeah, it is. All right, let's lock it in right there. And let's not kick the camera anymore. Let's pledge to not kick the camera anymore. I'll probably still do it because I have it angled a little bit differently with the tripod type leg stick. It's awkward. It's awkward. So, all right. All right, I got a drink. You can drink too. All right, watch your feet, Scott. Watch your feet. What should we do next? Oh, I didn't even realize this. I'd also set it up with my canvas as well. This is my commercial grade canvas. I already sewed the stuff that Emma gave me down in Florida. And I could do another sew off with this commercial grade canvas that I've used historically. So there's 2 layers. That would be kind of fun. Why don't I save this one? I'll save this one because we already did canvas. If I have enough bobbin thread left, we'll do that one. But we haven't done commercial upholstery material yet, which is what this stuff is. And you can just feel almost like particle board. It's got that texture to it where they engineer and they build extra stuff into it to make it extra durable and high traffic resistant. You can just feel it. I mean, the stuff is just scary almost. So I'm going to start with 2 layers. I'm going to go ahead and fold it over, get us up to 4 layers. Am I going to have to cut this down too because it's too big? I probably will, won't I? That would be 4 layers. That's too wide. See that? Let me cut this in half. I hate to waste material. If material were free, which it isn't, I probably wouldn't be as cautious, but try to be a good steward of my resources. Okay, there we go. Set that other stuff. I'm getting a mounting pile of, you cut it too big, Scott. You cut it too big. All right, get that out of the way. So now this is what we have. See that? There's our 2 layers. Now and this will be kind of fun because it's going to be super narrow. I hopefully don't make it so narrow that's going to break this. This embroidery thread is done so well up to this point, hasn't it? Are you impressed with this thread being embroidery thread and how we're using it? I am. I'm totally impressed. Coates and Clark, you made a good product here. You really did. I'm trying to remember what that stuff is called again. Hold on a second. Where is it? Where is it? Did I save it? Or did I close it already? Yes, I saved it. Yay! So this stuff is called, again, Coates and Clark Trilobal Embroidery Thread. Trilobal. Call now. Yeah, no. Trilobal Embroidery Thread by Coates and Clark if you want to check it out. It's supposed to be a polyester-based thread with a thread count of 600. So I guess, maybe that's why it stood up to it, because it's a much heavier embroidery type thread. Whatever it is, I'm impressed. I'm totally impressed. I mean, what I put this embroidery thread through so far, yeah, it's crazy. So what is this next one called? Funky Ride. Funky Ride. Let's check this out. Funky Ride. All right, so let's do some commercial upholstery material. I've got 2 layers. I'm going to see if I can fold it and actually get... there's 4. There's 6. I don't know if I should try this with embroidery thread, even with that 600 count thread or whatever they said. It's obviously a heavier embroidery thread. I don't know if it's heavy enough to handle this though, because this has like almost like it has a glue incorporated into it to make it more durable. Does that make sense? Okay, I've got it folded. I'm not going to fold it again because I'm going to get carpal tunnel here. That's what we're going to try to sew, folks. Is that crazy? Type in the chat if that's just a little crazy, using embroidery thread with a tired needle. What do you think? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Bandit's like, what's the big deal? Let's just get this done. Don't be all dramatic, man. Okay. All right, man. You want to be all tough about it there, 0.4 amp dude. Cool. Let's rock it. Let's rock it and sock it. All right. Let me get my take-up arm all the way up. All right, let's see if we can do this. I don't know if I'll need to hand start this or not, because this commercial grade upholstery material is intense. And when you get up to 6 layers of this stuff, it wouldn't surprise me if we have to hand start. But we're going to try it without to start. All right, here we go. 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. I'm hoping we don't break the thread. We've done really well up to this point. All right, here we go. You can hear Bandit working, man. You can hear him working. He's saying, okay, that was tougher than I thought. That was tougher than I thought, but I made it. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. You made it, my friend. You made it. And not just made it, but dude, you laid down page. I'm looking at it already. I'm looking at it already with this tired needle and this embroidery thread. Dude, you did it. 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. Let's look at these. Let's look at these stitches. These are amazing, man. You are amazing, Bandit. You are amazing, my friend. And Maddy is amazing for sending you to the workshop so you would be able to do this. You couldn't have done this before, buddy. There's no way. You would have gotten stuck in the mud real quick with your weak motor and all the other stuff that I found that you needed help with. But look at you now. Look at you now. I'm debating how I want to do this. Let's try it like this. We'll try displaying it on Maddy's confirmation sew-off stand and see if we can see him okay. And that was with no hand start, folks, just so you know. No hand start. 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. All right, let's zoom in on this. Nice and slow. Folks, wow. Look at, I'm going to pause right there. 6 layers. Look at that material. Like I said, it feels like it has a glue base to it. It's something sticky. It has like a stickiness, or it has kind of a, it's a tacky feeling to it, if that makes sense. It's a tacky feeling. So I don't know if they incorporate some sort of a gluey substance into this stuff to make it even more resilient and more resistance to traffic and wear. I mean, it's commercial upholstery material. It's supposed to be able to stand up next to anything and not give out as quickly. And Bandit, without a hand start, with a tiring needle, using embroidery thread, just went through 6 layers of this stuff and just no big deal. No big deal. And laid down stitching that is absolutely, look at that. It's page 34, folks, all over it. All over it. Clearly page 34. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't even do the totality. It's too far out. I'll do it anyway, just for kicks and giggles. All right, let's flip it over and look at the lock stitch. Let's flip it over and look at the lock stitch. I can hear Bandit right now saying in a rather authoritative voice, "I am small but mighty." Kind of like in Night of the Museum with the little miniature guys. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, I think we'll be able to see that. It's a little... All right, we'll see what we can see. All right, so this next song is... I lost track. Oh, Funky Ride. It was the last one we just played. Now we're doing True Art, Real Affection Part 2. I'm not making it up. That's what it's titled. That's really a long title. I don't think I could repeat that one again. All right, so here's our lock stitch. Again, 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. 6 layers, folks, with a featherweight. Wow. And see again, if we just, and I keep saying it, but I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to change. I'm not going to jinx Bandit and all of a sudden make a change and all of a sudden start having issues because I'm not extremely experienced using this type of embroidery thread, and I got a sweet enough balance right now. You know, if I really wanted to push the boundaries and I could tweak it a little bit and back off that upper tension just a little bit to take off just a smidge of the edge of this lock stitch, which is a little bit over poppy. It's a little bit over poppy. I could give just a little bit of the victory back to that top stitch and make it even more like wow. But we've got wow and wow right now. We just have a little bit more wow plus on the lock stitch side. And that's okay, because we're not sewing a ton of this. This is more of a one-off. But if we wanted to sew commercial upholstery material all day long with this Featherweight 222K, we could do it. Just a matter of keeping the machine maintained, keeping a nice sharp needle in there, which we don't have, but we're still doing it anyway. And we're getting results like this. So I'm not going to belabor this. It's an absolute pass. 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. Slam dunk. Slam dunk. Let's just take a little look at our mounting sew-off sandwich. Let's just take a quick little peek at it, shall we? Kind of come out to here to enjoy a better view of Bandit while we're doing this. Okay, let me move that sew-off holder. So this is our sew-off sandwich so far, on camera, off camera. I've never shown a 222K on this channel before, and that's why I'm going nuts. I'm going nuts. This is all what this Featherweight 222K that belongs to Maddy from Naples, Florida area has done off camera, on camera, using exactly the same needle and using embroidery thread. Can you believe it? I mean, honestly, where else are you going to see a machine tested to this length before it's returned to the owner? You wouldn't get this at a sewing shop. Let's just be realistic. Just for them to do all these sew-offs would take them longer than they take in servicing your machine. They take about 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes to service your machine. That's how long it would take to do all these sew-offs, to set the machine up to do this. And by the way, after they got done with the machine, it wouldn't be able to do this anyway. But Bandit can. Bandit can without even trying. Folks, I'm hardly giving any gas to the foot control with this optimized motor now. And 0.4 amps is now the equivalent of like a Husqvarna 1.5 amp motor. That's how much power this little guy has. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Maddy, put on your safety belt before you operate Bandit. Seriously. All right, this next one is called Still Not Right. And they're spelling right, R-I-T-E. Still not right. All right, we still have some more sew-offs to do that I'd like to do with Bandit. But before we do that, I'm going to do a pop over to Facebook. We still have some protected full grain, some cowhide, compressed felt, regular felt, denim, acrylic fiber, all of which, if we don't run out of bobbin thread, I'd like to do on Bandit so that anyone that has ever questioned what a featherweight that's at the top of its game, which is only going to happen here at the workshop, by the way, if they've ever questioned what is a featherweight really capable of doing, can a featherweight really sew leather? Well, we put that myth to rest, didn't we? Several times. Several times. Well, let's see why that's possible. Why is it possible for Scott's machines to do something like this that you've never seen anywhere on YouTube, anywhere on the internet? Why is it possible for Bandit to be able to do this and no other featherweight? The answer is simple. My process. And that's what you're going to get a little glimpse of. And this is only, even with like 150 pictures between all these sets, you're only going to get a little glimpse of the process. It doesn't capture hardly any of the process. It tells you how, when you're talking about, on Bandit, I spent about 23 hours, 24 hours. It tells you how many steps there are. So this is just an initial glimpse. You might be looking at that and saying, that is a gorgeous featherweight 222K. You're absolutely right. And it's because Maddy takes a lot of pride in her machines. She is very, very fastidious when it comes to maintaining her machines. Not afraid to roll her sleeves up, and I mean, she takes a lot of pride, and that reflects immediately on the outside of the machine. But remember, that's only the outside of the machine. And there's that special tag that Maddy had engraved, and there's that serial number, and there's that birth date of Bandit. Just shows how much affection she has and how much pride she has in Bandit. And I wouldn't be surprised if she does that with all of her machines. Oh, I didn't even point it out. Duh. That tag I have like hooked over the top of a vintage Singer oiling can, and that was sent with Bandit as well. I haven't used it because I have my own stuff, but that'll be heading back with Bandit when he goes back to Naples, Florida. As I shared in one of the mini clips, I believe, and maybe on Facebook otherwise, I learned in getting to know Maddy a little bit, I love to get to know my customers, that she loves dots. So I came across these limited production, blah, 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 of these tropical flavored dots, and I'm going to be sending these back with Bandit when he heads back to Florida. Dr. Singer's come on the scene. You can see him on the rear right side there, and he's just kind of checking it out. I mean, again, this is newsworthy, folks. There's never been a triple deuce K in the workshop before Bandit. I have my own now, but Bandit was the first. And so everyone is taking notice of this. It's a big event. Different angles just showing Bandit off. He's a good-looking boy. Very good-looking boy. Mr. Bean is even coming out. It tells you how important this stuff is. When we're presenting a machine that has never been seen on this YouTube channel before, everyone's coming out, even Mr. Bean. Of course, Mr. Bean didn't really help with the work, but he came out to supervise. The Singer repairman, Dr. Singer, everyone's kind of checking out Bandit and saying, wow, wow. Of course, after they see this premiere today and how he is doing now after his spa day at the workshop, there's going to be a lot bigger wows. So that's what was holding Bandit back right there. That motor. That motor was very troubled. Very, very troubled. And the motors that were put on the 222Ks that were made in Kilbowie, Scotland, at the Singer plant that we saw that little clip of all the workers arriving and they're excited to get to work in Scotland, all of those motors were branded as having been made in Canada. So the machines started, and I've talked about this before in other premieres, the machines will start in Scotland and then they're finished in Canada. And at least the way this wrap is indicating, this metal wrap around the motor, these motors were assembled, made, branded, whatever. They were made in St. John's, Quebec, Canada. So it's a combination of a Scottish and a Canadian effort to get those 110,000 222Ks that were made over the 8 years that they were making them. Just different angles again of showing again, the 222K is a bit of a unicorn, so just catching different angles of him. We're going to listen to Block Party now while we're looking at these pictures. Catching different angles of Bandit because he really is a bit of a unicorn in showing him off and just giving everybody a chance to see as much of a 222K as you can. It's like, it's a rare thing to see. There's Mr. Bean up on the bed, which soon will come off this convertible, this free arm style featherweight. Like I said, Mr. Bean doesn't work a lot, but he's an inspirational presence in the workshop. Yes, he is. Dr. Singer there along with Mr. Bean. Spectacular machine, isn't it? And there you can see, and here's again where I always take issue with our good friends from the United Kingdom. Love them to death. Have lots of folks that follow my work from the United Kingdom, including a man that I respect highly, and that is Alex Askarov, who is a very prolific writer, has written a number of books, but also is also a follower of my work too, and I love to follow his work too. And also all the beautiful things that he presents through Facebook. So a quick shout out to Alex. Alex, hope you're doing well over there, my friend. And I love your flowers. You have magnificent flowers over there. But there's the Made in Great Britain. And this is again where the Scottish people, like J.D. Oliver from the Oliver Mansion down in South Bend, Indiana, the Scottish people are very proud, independent people, and they would take issue with the fact that it wasn't made in Great Britain, it was made in Scotland at that factory that we saw the clip of in the beginning. And there we're starting to take that bed off so we can look at that machine as the free arm that it is. And Mr. Bean is pretty fascinated by the fact that we're taking the machine apart, it looks like. But he's like, oh, you can fix it, Scott, if you broke something. But that's the way it's designed. It's designed to do that, Mr. Bean. And now Mr. Bean has a new play toy, the extension bed off of Maddy's incredible 222K. Mr. Bean's kind of like me. He makes anything a game. He's in that little cylinder space that allows that free arm to slide into position. And he's saying, look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me, look at me. You see that kind of embarrassed look on on Dr. Singer's face? He's kind of like, Mr. Bean, come on, man, a little bit of dignity, dude. You can't even see him in the shot. See that look? Mr. Bean, let's have a little bit of dignity. This is a 222K. It's like the unicorn of unicorns in the featherweight realm. I agree, Mr. Bean. It's a playroom and a workshop. Jiminy Crickets, how many pictures did you take of yourself there? And there's everyone from Dr. Singer to the Singer Repairman to Mr. Bean, all kind of checking out this idea that we just took a machine that could not be a free arm, and now it's a free arm, just like that. So we just listened to Block Party. Now we're going to listen to Frustrated. Kind of like Nicole from New York was frustrated with her 128. There's the Singer Repairman, kind of checking things out and saying, hey, that's really cool. That thing really is a free arm. how the bobbin snaps in the end of the machine right there, just on the end of that free arm, similar to it does on the inside plate on a regular featherweight. Very, very clever engineering. Very clever engineering. I'm going to take that bobbin case out. Again, when a machine arrives at the workshop, I never use the thread that's on the bobbin, so I always have to remove the bobbin case, and I strip all of the thread off of there. Even if the customer says it's brand new thread, I still put my thread on, and that also gives me a chance to test the bobbin winder, and the thread tensioner that's associated with bobbin winding also has to be adjusted properly as well, so that it's distributing that thread evenly. And so I always start with fresh thread, a fresh needle, and make sure that I've eliminated those as issues. And they do offer these bobbin cases aftermarket. You'll find them readily. But the problem again with aftermarket items that are re-engineered is they sometimes do not get it down to the thousandths of an inch tolerances in design and measurements that the original factory did. In other words, the original bobbin cases, as a rule, are going to perform a little bit better than the aftermarket ones. And in some cases, much, much better. Same thing is true of the bobbins, too. And Maddy does have an original bobbin and an original bobbin case. There's the raceway area, which eventually we're going to tear down. Again, the raceway area is the brain center of the machine. You've got to get it right. And that requires cleaning, deep cleaning, adjustments, and all kinds of work. Here I'm going to take off that throat plate and feed dog, and it's pretty much an all-in-one cover on this Featherweight 222K. We've gotten it off, and the Singer repairman is checking it out. He's like, I expected that to be two pieces like on most Singer machines, and it's one piece. And he's absolutely right. It's all one plate that covers that entire area. And there's that area uncovered. As I get ready to pick out another little song for us to listen to while we're watching this. And hopefully this doesn't prove to be true. This next one is called Lullaby, and I hope it doesn't put us to sleep. So you can see the entire space there. Where the feed dogs and everything do their magic. And we're going to be going through all of that area, including removing the feed dogs, to make sure that they're adjusted properly. You have to adjust feed dogs on machines too, and that the cleaning and the cleanliness is as deep as we can get it. Also, by taking off the feed dogs, we can also reach other areas of the machine that we otherwise wouldn't be able to reach. Kind of bounced over to the top of the machine now. We're looking at some of the worm gear assemblies, which need some attention. Wouldn't you agree? That's where I say again, you can look at a machine from the outside, and from the outside, you would never assume that it has this much of a need in cleanliness and deep cleaning. Just look at all that stuff. So Bandit really did have a lot of needs. You also see when we look at these worm gears, the grease was very, very old and crusted. And as these two worm gears are interlacing and pounding together when the machine is operating, there was little or no buffer to cushion that metal-to-metal contact. And that's definitely not a good thing. It will wear those out very, very quickly. And just a lot of needs that are kind of, you know, it's kind of like buying a car without opening the hood or crawling underneath the car. You're going to potentially get a lot of problems because you're only looking at the surface. You got to dig deeper than that. And my process goes even deeper than these photos reveal. But these again are going to be spin-up worm gears, and there's a gear below it that you can't see, and they're just right now that metal is just. And there should be a smooth cushion. That's why Bandit is like whisper quiet now, because those gears are no longer slamming against each other. They're blending and rotating together in unison with a soft touch, not a slam. Looking at the end of the machine, Dr. Singer's kind of checking things out as well. And again, every owner is different. Every owner is different. But there are some owners that are just so meticulous and pinpoint when it says, I want to do everything to protect my investment. I mean, it's a 222K, folks. It's a once-in-a-lifetime machine. And Maddy even went to the point of putting a little rubber buffer on the end of this, which will have a tendency to make contact with the bed extension when you rotate it up. And so as a permanent solution to safeguard that bed, she has a little rubber boot on there to protect it. That's a very thoughtful owner, a very, very thoughtful owner. So now we have that faceplate off, and we're starting to look at all the mechanics of the machine, and just making sure that we don't miss anything. I don't take anything for granted. So that last one was called Lullaby. This next one is called, it looks like Spanish, and my Spanish is weak. Whatever it is. You know what I'm talking about. So here we're checking all the mechanics. A lot of moving parts in the faceplate area. A lot of moving parts. Every one of them has to be examined, and if adjustments are needed, adjustments are made. Cleanliness is absolutely critical because this is right above the brain center for the machine, right above the raceway. And if this is filthy up here, it's all going to trickle down into the raceway area. Now I'm working at getting those feed dogs off, and feed dogs are, for most people that own a vintage machine, feed dogs are seldom going to come off unless they have to be replaced. So they are a little bit challenging. I said they have to be adjusted down to the thousandths of an inch, and that's why I'm using my mechanical caliper here. Feed dogs are off. Now we're going to focus on deep cleaning and making any adjustments that have to be made. Because of my experience, I jump around the machine a lot. Now I've tilted the machine back and I'm starting to focus on the free arm area, which has a lot of mechanics that are hidden inside of it, and we have to get to those. Starting on the bottom, looking at inspecting wiring, electrical contacts, and all the mechanics that are concealed underneath that cover down there, like those. And again, many owners will never ever address these areas on their machine, and it's part of the reason that their machine never runs at the top of its game. This is the bottom of the machine, and all of the junk, kind of like flushing a toilet, all the junk it works its way through the machine, eventually works its way down into this area, and so this area needs even more time and attention. See how filthy that is? And the shot doesn't even fully even show it. Doesn't even fully show it. Yeah, you know what I mean. So again, I'm focusing on a number of things. I'm focusing on verification, electrical, mechanical adjustments, cleanliness, deep cleaning, all of those things at the same time. There's part of our electrical that I have to inspect. Can't tell you how many times I've gone into the electrical realms of a machine and I've found missing screws where the wire is just hanging on, screws that are loosened, inappropriate screws that are holding a wire in place that are not holding it well, and it has to be replaced. More of a distant shot, just showing the busyness of the workbench. And I apologize for not knowing Spanish better. Teusalusvanchus, whatever it is. Any of you that speak Spanish, maybe you can see that on the screen. If you want to translate this and type it into the chat, sometimes a teacher, always a student. And I love the sound of Spanish, and I'm learning Spanish. Actually, I believe, yeah, Emma speaks Spanish, and I believe Maddy speaks Spanish as well. So between those two Florida ladies, they're slowly teaching me Spanish. Also, a number of other folks that follow my work speak Spanish as well. I would love to learn the language. The next one is called forgiveness. And I'll ask for your forgiveness if I totally mutilated trying to pronounce that word above there. Starting to really attack those the varnishing on the machine, which acts as a crust, almost like a plaque, to hold Bandit back from being all that he can be. See what I'm talking there? The interlacing worm gears? They're all but totally dry. There's nothing on there to cushion that metal to metal as that machine is spinning up. And my pink magic sauce, I think as Emma calls it, my mystery sauce, my pink grease is going to fix that. See what I'm talking about? Tearing the machine down? And I know that that's Dusty's approach to his light industrial machines too. He loves to tear things down, figure out how they work, and then service them appropriately. Singer Repairman is kind of checking things out there, looking at all the parts that we have to service and all the parts that we have to optimize. And we're back to the beginning again. So I'm going to close this one. We're going to go back and do another sew off, and then we'll jump into this next phase of pictures. And that thing just rotated up, so now I got to scroll all the way back down. So the next one we're going to play is called Walk Through the Park. All right, let's go back over to Bandit. Sorry for ignoring you, Bandit. We had to show all the things that I did to you to make you as incredible as you are now. All right, let's try to lock this in place. Don't you love those seam markers that are on the plate there, just adjacent to the feed dogs? Aren't those fabulous? And that is something that Singer did to a number of their models. It's not exclusive to the 222K. Obviously, you've seen it on the channel before. I think we'll do some denim now. Let's do some denim next. And then we'll jump back over to Facebook. Denim, denim, denim. And I know that Maddy has nieces and nephews, so you never know. She might have to do some alterations or some hemming or something like that. So knowing that this Featherweight 222K is able to handle denim is also, in my book, is very, very important. And not just lightweight denim, but heavy grade denim. Kind of like kids would wear to stand up against all the play that they do. So let's listen to Walk Through the Park now. Walk Through the Park. It's a fun song, isn't it? 2 layers. 4 layers. And 6 layers. I was pulling a little tuft off of there. 6 layers of heavy grade denim, folks. And it's possible that Maddy will never use Bandit to sew 6 layers of heavy grade denim. But isn't it great to know that he can do that? I'm saying that in faith because we haven't seen him do it yet, but and I haven't done it off camera, so totally on faith based on the amount of time that I invested in Bandit to get him ready for this big event, this big premiere. All right. Make sure my take-up arm is all the way up. Let's see how Bandit does with 6 layers of heavy grade denim. Here we go, folks. Again, I did not test this off camera, so we're totally going on faith. Here we go. Wow. Again, no hand start. No hand start. Raw grit and power on the part of Bandit with his renewed strength in his motor. And boy, oh boy, did he bring it home. Boy, oh boy, did he bring it home. I am honestly quite impressed with this embroidery thread. I really am. Not to mention, it's really pretty too. It's got almost like a metallic look to it, doesn't it? Maybe you can't see it as clearly as I can being right here, but it has a real pretty metallic look to it. All right, let's look at this top stitch first. It's kind of a nightclub song almost, wasn't it? Had kind of a nightclub feeling to it. Nightclub feeling. And that one again was called, was it Walk Through the Park. And now I'm going to put on Hedge Your Bets. Hedge Your Bets. Hedge Your Bets. Let's take a look at the stitching that Bandit just did on these 6 layers of heavy grade denim. Absolutely spectacular. Again, folks, we're talking 6 layers of heavy grade denim. A very tired needle using embroidery thread. Pause right there. Absolutely spectacular. Totality of the stitching, which is got kind of go on a little ways here. Hopefully you're watching this on a big screen and you're like, well, I can still see them. Kind of like the nosebleed section, but totality of the stitching, yeah, there they are. Let's turn this around and look at the lock stitch. And again, I'm not going to jinx myself. I'm not going to take away anything from that upper tension. Not going to do it. Pause. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. And again, I've said it a bazillion times, but the lock stitch is always, always, always going to be tougher. Look at this right here. I'm going to take my hand off the camera. You see the thickness of what 6 layers of heavy grade denim looks like? Insane. And again, Maddy may never sew 6 layers, but Bandit just did it. No hand start, no problem. 0.4 amp motor, folks. 0.4 amps. Unbelievable. Totality of the stitching again. Through 6 layers of heavy grade denim. Just unbelievable. Unbelievable. Look at that from the side again. That's going in our sew-off pile. It's kind of beyond a sandwich now. It's more of a pile now. We're piling up. It's like a horrible accident occurring on the highway. There's car on top of car after car. And Bandit is just like throwing them to the side like, yeah, you had your chance. You decided to challenge me? You're going down, buddy. You're going down. You're going down! All right, let's look at that sew-off pile, aka sew-off sandwich, and see what we've done so far. Both on camera and off camera, folks, you can kind of tell by how deep I'm going with this. I always do the sew-off sandwich thing, but this is becoming kind of like a Dagwood Blondie thing. Do you remember those characters where he would eat these huge sandwiches? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, Google it. But the first time I'm having a chance to present 222K, again, one of only 110,000 that were made over 8 years, I am going to go crazy with sew-offs so that people can say, I probably could never get my hands on a 222K. Maybe I can't afford it. Maybe it's just because they're so doggone hard to find. But I'll tell you one thing. When I have a 222K in a premiere like this, a live premiere, I'm going to run that machine through every possible scenario that I can. So it'll make people even more want to have a 222K. Because did you see what Scott's 222K did? Maddy's 222K, but you know what I'm saying, on Scott's channel. Yeah. That's what a sew-off sandwich or pile looks like, folks. When you're doing the real deal. When you're not doing window dressing like a lot of the channels do. Alright, we just hedged our bet. Now we're going to go to a song called Healer. Healer. I am the sewing machine healer. No matter how your machine arrives, busted and broken and hopeless, I am the sewing machine healer. At any rate, that's the name of the song. I got nothing for you. Yeah. All right. Oh, I got clips. There they are. Woo! All right, let's do some more sewing. Actually, let's not. Let's not do more sewing right now. Let's jump over and look at some more Facebook pics. And then we'll come back and do some more sewing. So this is called Healer. So you can see we have Maddy's 222K leaning back right now. And having a little bit of a theatrical side to him. Dr. Singer is right in the arch of the machine being back, wanting to say, yep, I'm keeping an eye on things. Here I am. Look at me. I am Dr. Singer. Yes, he is. And I've been using my pink grease for some time since I developed it. And it really does, the lasting power of it, it doesn't dry out like a lot of the other greases. It really has lasting power, which means it's going to provide better protection to the machine, even if the owner slips up on the maintenance a little bit. When a machine has come through the workshop, if it needs grease on worm gears, etc., it's going to receive my grease that I developed. And for the first time, because this is such a monumental thing, having a 222K come through the workshop, and the fact that Maddy, knowing that I wanted to have a 222K come through the workshop, specifically went to the the extent of getting Bandit here. It wasn't an easy thing. And so I'm going to be also sending back with Bandit a supply of my exclusive pink grease so that Maddy will be able to maintain Bandit using my grease, not some other aftermarket junk out there, like you know, some of the I hate to say it, but like some of the Triflow stuff that is out there. It's not good for you. It's not good for your machine. So, but I've also gone to now using a needle tip to get even deeper into the machine parts that need this grease. I've always used my finger and it's worked really well. It just has. But this will do the job even better. And it goes back to my principle of canaille. Okay, any of you really, really astute students and fellow teachers, type in the chat right now, what does canaille stand for? What does canaille stand for? C-A-N-I. It's the principle of my workshop. It's my philosophy of doing what I do. Type it in the chat while I'm picking out a little bit more music for us. And this new needle method for injecting my grease into the machine and introducing it to the machine ties directly into that canaille principle. This thing scrolled back up to the top again, so I have to go all the way through the list again. So we just heard Healer, which was kind of fun. And now we're going to do Night on the Town. Night on the Town. All right, so let's move on through these photos. And there's the serial number for Bandit right on the bottom there. A little bit hard to read, kind of gunked up. And so I'm going to go through using my dental tools to clean that area up so that whether it's Maddy or anyone else that is admiring Bandit will be able to see his serial plate very, very clearly on the bottom. That looks better, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Dirt is not the friend of our vintage sewing machines. How many times have you heard me say that? Probably like a bazillion times, right? So it's kind of funny is a couple folks were looking at this picture. They saw the dental tool, they saw the part, and they thought, oh, well, it's not quite up to Scott's standard, but I'm sure it looks better than it did originally. And I think Emma was one of those that typed in there, you know, on the picture or something like that, looks okay, or something like that, like, okay, whatever. This is how it should look. Yeah, baby. That's my standard right there. I just quoted that at the end of the last premiere. I said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, it's a habit. That's my habit right there. Not an act. The real deal, baby. The real deal. More deep cleaning, more optimization. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, let's get that machine absolutely clean, optimized, so that nothing is holding Bandit back. Nothing is holding Bandit from his full potential. There goes that magic grease right there. The secret sauce. And that container right there is the one that I'm going to send with Bandit so that Maddy is able to maintain both Bandit and really any of her machines that have worm gears. She has a number of slantomatics as well, and those all require this grease also. Most machines will. Now if you say, wait a second, hold on, mister, hold on. Okay, it's your grease. We get that. It's exclusive. We understand. It's better than anything out there. Got it. Why does Maddy get that for Bandit? Well, because this is the very first triple deuce K machine that has ever been in this workshop, has ever been featured on this channel. It's a big deal. And so I wanted to do something special for Maddy so that she would be able to maintain the good work that I poured into Bandit, keep him running at the top of his game, and at the same time just to, to give her a resource that would help her to maintain him at a high level. Now, if any of you want to really, really kick up your heels and say, can't we get a little tub of grease like that to maintain our machines? Possibly. Reach out to me if you're really determined to get my exclusive grease for your machine, and I will think about it. Yeah, I will. I'll think about it. Normally reserved just for machines that are in the workshop. I'm doing it for Bandit because he's a cool dude, and because he was the first 222K in the workshop. But I'll think about it. More cleaning. More cleaning. Look at all that metal, folks. That's a lot of cleaning. That's a lot of cleaning. A couple parts needed a little bit of breakdown. Again, when that varnishing gets fortified, it's like cement. And I sometimes have to soften it a little bit so I can then clear it off and clean it off with my dental tools. More cleaning. Now I'm adding a little bit of, yes, I have all my own stuff. I've been doing this for 20 plus years. You get your own stuff. So now I'm using a special oil solution that has more lasting power than traditional sewing machine oil to lubricate critical parts in the faceplate area. No, you can't get my oil too. Doggone it. When I retire. Sometime soon. And again, focusing on areas that otherwise would be out of view, out of mind. This is all filth in here, right above the brain center to the machine, near the feed dogs. And a lot of this we would not have seen if I hadn't taken those feed dogs off and removed a number of other parts in that area. This would all be left on the machine. And rest assured, if you go to a local service center in your neck of the woods, if your machine comes in with this underneath the feed dogs and stuck anywhere else on the machine, if that machine is even working a little bit, guess what? It's going to still be there when you pick that machine up. Because there's no way they're going to be able to go to this extent of servicing and deep cleaning and optimization in a period of 30 to 45 minutes. Not even if they had Oompa Loompas working there. If Willy Wonka said, okay, you can borrow my Oompa Loompas for an afternoon, they might be able to get a lot more work out, but they still wouldn't be able to go to this extent in 30 to 45 minutes. Nothing against Oompa Loompas. I love them to death. No, I'm not going to do the Oompa Loompa song. So here I'm starting to attack that stuff that otherwise would have been left there and out of view, and any other dirt that's on the machine. Dirt is not our friend. Again, out of respect to J.D. Oliver and other folks that are from Scotland, it says made in Great Britain, but that's debatable. That's debatable. Made in Scotland. Yeah, made in Scotland. Now we're starting to get things cleaned up and looking the way they should look. And it's not about looks. It's not superficial, put on makeup, put on your face, as some ladies will say. I'm going to put on my face before I go out, go out of the house. It's not about window dressing. It's that when you address all of these issues mechanically, it allows that machine to reach its full potential. It's not about just it looks cleaner, it looks prettier, it looks better, homes and gardens. It's going to allow that machine to have the freedom to do what it was designed to do at the highest level. And I would argue even higher than when it left the factory. See all that junk on there? All of that is holding Bandit back from his full potential. See the difference? After? Before? Now we're starting to go into the brain center of the machine, the most critical area of the machine, really, because it's where all the magic happens with the stitches being created. And that requires going deeper than just the surface. You got to go deep into the machine to ensure that all of the things holding Bandit back are removed. Okay, I think we're at Sprite Star or something like that now. So now we're going into the brain center. Part of the hook assembly and shuttle, taking all that apart. All of that has to come apart, because otherwise we leave all this stuff behind. And any of that stuff is going to hold Bandit back. It's going to prevent him from being able to deliver at the level that you saw him deliver at in this premiere today. And a lot of people are a little bit uncomfortable about taking assemblies like this apart with the jib and everything else, rotating it out, getting it aligned back correctly, getting all the pieces put back in. But in the workshop, it's a standard thing that I do. Using a special solvent to break down some of that gumminess. Doesn't it look better? And even as clean as it was, I'm removing more layers that show up as that chemical breaks it down and solidifies it. It's amazing what else you can get off of there. Every part. I don't want anything to be able to hold Bandit back. Now this is kind of above and beyond, but when I had Bandit lean back and I started to take off part of the cylinder cover, I noticed that it had a number of scratches on it, probably as a result of sliding the extension bed on and off to make it a free arm versus just a bedded machine. And it kind of bothered me that this area right here, even though it's on the bottom of the machine and people are not going to be looking at it, if Maddy decides to tilt Bandit back or something like that, takes the bed off and tilt him back, it just was real evident. So I decided to do some touch up on that as well. Now we're going to listen to Sunday. We just heard Sprite Star. This is a fun one. I like this. So again, something you would never get at a local service center, but my process is very, very comprehensive. More cleaning on the bottom of the drip pan that's on the bottom of the bed. Feed dogs that are going to be optimized. Doesn't that look better? And you didn't see the before of it, but there were some scrapes on here. This is the bottom of that free arm. And now it's got a beautiful, bright, fresh finish on it again. Top of the machine, worm gear area, bone dry and filthy. And now it's been cleaned, optimized, and has my pink grease on it to make sure that those worm gears are not slamming together. I removed the lighting system so that I can reveal all the filth behind that area. See that? And look at how far that is away from the sewing center, the sewing area of the machine, I should say. The central part of the sewing area where the feed dogs would be and everything. And yet all of that stuff in the environment works its way into all these areas that otherwise would be concealed and stay with the machine instead of being mitigated through my process. You see all that stuff back there? Totally out of view, and yet through my surgical process and approach, I end up digging into those areas and getting rid of that stuff that otherwise would still be with the machine. Isn't that awful? And again, Maddy is a very, very meticulous owner of Bandit and any of her machines. But again, these are areas that you really have to dig into to reveal all of this filth that has to be mitigated. How does that look? That's the after. the before. I talked about this before. This is the bottom part of the light, and again, because the light is in a fixed position on the machine, most people are never going to think about this. They're going to put in an LED light because they've seen me do that on a lot of machines, and they're going to be getting more light, but they're not going to be getting the max light because this reflective area is filthy. So that's another part of the service that I do to the machine as well, because lighting is so essential when you're sewing, isn't it? How does that look? That's the after. That's the before. See how flat it is? Look at the brightness now. The brightness of that shield that reflects that light back down. Everything matters, folks, when it comes to the servicing. That's why I go as deep as I do with my process, and I constantly am improving that process. By the way, if none of you guessed it, I'm sure you did because you're real smart, but CANI stands for, I mentioned this earlier, CANI stands for constant and never-ending improvement. That is my philosophy in the workshop. And Mr. Bean and the Singer Repairman know that that's the case. They were looking at the side of Bandit. Dr. Singer's kind of looking on. Now we're going to start moving towards focusing on the powerhouse of the machine, which was very, very deficient on Bandit. He was really sluggish, really struggling. And if any of you watched a mini clip, and I can actually show you that mini clip before we do our next sew off, if you don't do Facebook, you're going to be like, wow, wow, because he has renewed power that is just off the charts. And that's only through all the work that I did on his powerhouse, which is his motor. Now I use a flushing process before I tear the motor down. Look at all that junk and fluid. It looks almost septic down in that little tin where I flushed through the motor initially to try to get the initial junk out. Now you can see it. My shot was a little bit off. That water, that would have been clear as water, but it's, you can just, can you see that? Yeah, you can. It's just filthy. All of that carbon dust and everything else that gets sucked into the motor. Again, if you're new to this channel, if you're new to vintage, a motor in a sewing machine, whether it's inside of the machine, outside of the machine, on the back of the machine, as it's running, it's going to be sucking everything from the environment in. It could be pet hair, it could be pet dander, it could be smoke if there's a smoker in the house. Anything environmental, that motor is going to suck it in. And then because that motor is energized with electricity, it acts like a magnet to pull those things and then to fuse those things to all the different components of the motor on the inside. And that's why you gotta, I mean, if you're gonna have a machine running at the level that my machines do that come through this workshop, you've got to go to that surgical level to get in there to mitigate all those things that have been fused to all the essential electrical fields of that motor and are holding that motor back as Bandit's motor was when it first arrived at the workshop. So that was Sunday. Now we're going to listen to Cover Charge. Cover Charge. Another just shot of all the septic junk that came out of Bandit's motor. Now we're starting to tear that motor apart. And I don't recommend that folks just say, okay, I saw that Scott tears motors apart. I'm just going to go ahead and go for it. You can do a lot more harm than you can do good. So just, I would say, do the basics of what you can do to your motor, and you would almost be better off to send the motor into the workshop and let me do it. And I'm not trying to question your intention, your desire, your potential, but I'm just saying, tearing a motor apart and then putting it back together and getting it to work properly, there's a lot of variables involved. Even the tolerance of the output shafts and how they're fitted in between the casings so that there's not binding issues. There's our commutator, which is filthy. Dr. Singer, hey! And we come full circle. So I'll show you that real quick mini clip in case you somehow missed it. I'm loving cover charge, it's totally cool. So this is a little mini clip that I did kind of showing the progression of Bandit from a point where his motor was very sluggish. I'll kind of give an example of where his power was at, and then I'll show you what an optimized motor, after we've gone through all of my process, is able to do.
Well, if you follow me pretty faithfully on Facebook, then you've already seen some progress updates on Maddy's very coveted 222K that came from Naples, Florida. And her big concern was motor strength. And so I've just got done spending a lot of time tearing this motor down, and even involving, no, it's not the coronavirus. It's a special injection process for the output shafts to make sure that there's no friction involved at all with that motor. And this motor, as you'll see in the progress shots on Facebook, was in pretty rough state. And it's not because the owner, Maddy, doesn't take pristine care of her Featherweight 222K. It just happens over time, okay? This is a 1958 machine, and other than Maddy's work on it, it probably didn't get a lot of TLC prior to that, but it still needed more. So what we're going to do right now is I'm going to push on the foot controller and give you a chance to hear this motor now. And let's just say that what it was doing before was probably about more in this realm. Get my foot on the foot controller. Right around there. Not bad. It's spinning pretty quick. Right around in that range, I think. Yeah. Okay, now after the Scott magic, get ready. More, 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 more. All right, easy boy, easy. We started right around here. Not horrible. Somewhere in that range. Yeah. 0.4 amps. All right, now let's give it the Scott magic again. Hold on. Here we go. You gotta pick it up because it's vibrating everything. It has so much power now. Maddy, this is your new motor. It's actually the same motor, but it just went through a lot of deep cleaning and TLC by Scott. Yeah, get ready to rock and roll, baby. Your flight is landed. Local time is. Yeah, baby. All right, I'll just encourage you to keep watch. There'll be more progress updates leading up to the big premiere before it heads back to Naples, Florida. Wow, that 222K. Power. See y'all. Bye.
He is quite a character, isn't he? That Scott guy. So, needless to say, the motor is an essential part of the machine. That's self-evident. And Bandit now is able to accomplish things that he could never, ever have accomplished before. All right, back to cover charge. Let's go do a little bit more sewing on Bandit, and then we'll look at the final shots, progress shots. And I know you folks love watching the machines sew, but you got to realize that you wouldn't be seeing the machine sewing at this level if it were not for all of the progress steps that were taken to get the machine to that level. Does that make sense? You're kind of seeing, by looking at the progress shots and seeing the value of those, you're seeing the roadmap that led to the path of success for Bandit in this premiere. So, don't see them as a necessary evil, but see them as an essential part of the learning process and realizing what it takes to get to fully optimized and you're only catching a little glimpse, a little snapshot through all of the pictures that I'm showing you. It's still not capturing the full process. Not even close. What do I do now? What do I sew now? Why don't we do this, well, I think I'll do some of this protected full grain leather first. I'm going to do 2 layers of it, which is almost an insult to Bandit. But I'm going to do 2 layers because I'm going to try to go along the edge and then come around. And then there's no way I can fold a piece this big 3 ways. That's just not going to work. I think we'll do this a little bit backwards. We'll do it from this edge. Alright, so down and around with 2 layers of protected full grain leather. Alright, here we go. And again, I'm going to try to do this without a hand start. We're just going to kind of do our thing here. Here we go. Do you notice just a little bit of a hesitation on Bandit's part? Number 1, it's protected full grain leather, but number 2, I didn't really have my foot on the foot control very well, so sorry about that, buddy. Let me do better. Let me do better. Here we go. Alright, down to the finish. Kind of off the material. Hopefully I don't lose traction. Here we go! Alright, for you box closers, here we go. Might have left it open just a hair. Yeah, I'll just leave it open a hair. Just a little bit, just a smidgen. Alright, let's take a look at these stitches. I'm going to clip my threads first of all. Again, protected full grain leather, as the name would imply, is a galvanized type leather. It's processed in that manner to make it, I just cut one of my stitches. It's galvanized in a way to make it more durable. And that's why they call it protected full grain leather. So it's tough stuff to sew. That's my whole point. It's galvanized, it's durable. It's designed to be more durable than, say, a standard leather in its processing. So that right away tells you the piercing threshold is substantially higher than other similar types of leathers. Let me grab this display that Maddy sent me, and we'll take a look at these stitches a little bit more closely. So we're going to look at the top stitch first, and then we'll look at the lock stitch. And the top stitch is where I got a little bit careless with my snips, and I actually ended up cutting one of the stitches on the left side. You'll see that, so it happens. So Cover Charge was a cool song. Now we're going to do a brand new start. And that's kind of the way I would describe the path for Bandit. Bandit has a brand new start. And by way of Bandit, Maddy has a brand new start now with Bandit. Alright, let's just pause there and notice the stitch that I cut. But along with noticing the stitch that I cut, which is right there, look at all the stitches that I didn't cut. Page 34, baby. Page 3-4. Yeah. 2 layers of protected full grain leather. Absolutely spectacular. Already I can see it. I can see it! And that's with a tired needle, folks. Absolutely spectacular. And that's where the leather's kind of curving down a little bit right there. Well, you can still see the stitching. I kind of just push it up a little bit. Well, maybe not. I just knocked it down. Maybe I should just bend it back. Absolutely spectacular stitching. And again, protected full grain leather is one of the tougher leathers to get through, folks. Pause right there. Page 34. Absolutely gorgeous stitching. Minus the one that I cut. Totality of the stitching. Folks, it doesn't get any better than that. That is as near of a perfect stitch as you can possibly get. And yes, featherweights are known for that, but they're not known for being able to do that with 2 layers of protected full grain leather. Let's turn around and look at the lock stitch. This is now our lock stitch with Bandit through 2 layers of protected full grain leather. Even the totality tells you the story from this distance. Page 34, all over the place. Let's zoom in and take a closer look. Other featherweights eat your heart out. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And not just eat your heart out because of the quality of the stitching, but the fact that that Bandit went through 2 layers of protected full grain leather, no hand start, and no difficulty at all. Just got it done. Just went through it with that new motor strength and said, I got this. I got this. So this is a definite pass. 2 layers of protected full grain leather. One of the tougher leathers that you can sew. If you haven't done a lot of leather sewing, see if you can go to a place that supplies leather samples, kind of like I get, and try sewing this protected full grain leather. It will give you a new sense of respect and appreciation for how processing a leather like this can just totally raise the threshold of difficulty from other soft leathers that you might have sewn in the past. Next one is called A Night Alone. A Night Alone. So this is obviously a pass, page 34 type stitching. I'm going to throw that to the back. Our mounting sew-off sandwich to show you. I know. I can hear people saying now, have you ever been to that Cow Country guy's channel? He is serious about testing machines before he allows them to leave his workshop. Yeah, he is. Whether it's a light industrial machine like Jade's, you remember Jade and Lynn that just brought in that really cool light industrial machine for me to optimize for her? Or whether it's a featherweight. You're going to get the same spa day, the same treatment. The same treatment. All machines are equal in this workshop as far as getting put through the paces to make sure that they're ready to get the job done for their owners. All machines are equal. All right, let's move this stitch off holder that has been so helpful. Kind of modified it a little bit, but it's all good. All right, now why don't we pop over to Facebook and look at the last of those pictures. Please indulge me. This is really important to see this process, to appreciate this process. Hold on one second. All right, this is our final set of photos leading up to the off-camera sew-offs that you saw a number of today, including this opening shot right here where I'm testing that ribbon material around that free arm on this convertible featherweight for the first time and having just a ball. There's nothing like sewing in a circle, you know what I mean? Nothing like sewing in a circle. But before you get to that point, because doing that, those off-camera sew-offs is after all the work is done. So I can evaluate the machine and see whether or not the machine is ready to go to the premiere. Before that was all the motor work and all the other work on the machine for that matter. And all the parts of the electrical motor are essential. All the parts, the stators, the commutator, the stack lamentations, everything is essential to that motor. But the commutator is really kind of like the starting point to some extent, as those motor brushes are running over this part of the motor. If you don't have great connectivity and have eliminated all the things that are going to hold that motor back, all your other work on the motor really is without any purpose. Doesn't that look better? That's the after. And that's the before. And that's actually not even the before, because I've already done some cleaning on it. You just tell all the filth that comes off of those. That's a spacer ring that runs on the output shaft. And if it's filthy, and there's actually on this particular motor, there's actually two on both sides. So it's only by taking the motor completely out of the casing that you can optimize those areas. And if you don't, it creates a huge amount of drag on that output shaft for the motor. And even with a renewed motor, that's going to be creating the friction and drag to hold that motor back. That's when it's going the right direction so it can be optimized. Can you see the difference in that? And again, this is only capturing a small portion of the steps that I took Bandit through, and only a small portion of the steps that I took the motor through. But it gives you an appreciation, doesn't it? It gives you appreciation for this compared to 30 to 45 minutes at a local sewing center where none of these parts of your machine are going to be touched. Again, they would go out of business if they tried to go to this depth. They just can't do it with all their overhead. Multiple employees. Thankfully, all of my friends in the workshop work for Oreos. And now since we've learned about dots, they work for dots too. So it keeps my costs down so I can spend more time on the machines. These are the stack lamentations. There were a lot of issues going on with the stack lamentations, including some sign that at one point that this motor had some overheating issues. The evidence of overheating is that you'll see separations on the stack lamentations. These are all individual little layers that are pressed together. And when you start to see separation, that's a product of heat. So, see right there? Those are where some of those lamentations have actually separated. And yes, there is a process that I use to try to stabilize them and to repair them. Also getting all the lacquering and all the varnishing off of them as well. Because this is all a charged area that's electrified. And anything that holds that electricity back. Here you can kind of see right here, if you look closely, you can see right here where this area is just caked in buildup and varnishing. I'll raise this up just a little bit. You can see all that caking on there. It's just filthy. And part of that is to get that point where it looks closer to this. You can actually see that the cleanliness, the shine coming back to that area. And again, it's not about appearance, it's about optimizing. Removing anything that's going to hold that motor back. More components of the motor as well. Just caked in. Again, it's going to be a vacuum cleaner. It's sucking all the environmental stuff in. It could be that you have your sewing room and you have an open window, say in the summertime or in the early fall, and they're doing construction nearby and the dust and stuff is coming into your house. All that's going to get sucked into your motor if you're running that motor with those conditions. This is supposed to be copper here, and it's so filthy you can't even see the copper. But now through my process of deep cleaning and optimizing, you can see some of that copper coming back through again. These are going to be part of the lamentations as well, and they're just filthy. And now we're getting that area to a point, if you can look closely, nice and clean, all optimized. And some of the motor wraps actually had some stray wraps sticking out, which could actually create drag for the motor. So I'm using, they're actually surgical scissors to cut that. You can't see in the shot. It looks like it's a pretty big thread, but it was actually about a little bit thicker than a human hair. But again, with my magnifiers, I can see all this stuff. And I believe we've come full circle. That's my special pink grease. Well, maybe not. I think that was a duplicate picture because now I'm injecting the ports on the motor and getting that grease down in there to eliminate any friction issues. And also to not only to fill the wells, but also to cause the old stuff to come back to the surface. And you'll see that in one of the shots, I believe. See that old stuff right there? The yellowish color? That's old, way past its expiration grease that was stuck down in those wells near the output shafts. And by using this injecting process, I'm able to flush that stuff, cause it to back flush, and getting it out of there so there's only fresh, only my fresh pink grease. And you can see now all that old stuff has come out, and now I'm starting to get the fresh pink grease backing out of the well, saying, "Hey, we're full, we're topped off." Dr. Singer kind of just taking a look at that, and the interesting thing too, when you properly service a motor in those output shaft wells, and you know, my pink grease is in there, it's in there doing its magic. As you operate the motor, all of a sudden you'll see some of that pink grease starting to work its way back up the well because maybe it was overfilled a little bit, and you just take a Q-tip swab and wipe that off. It's not going to be, my grease is formulated so it's not going to be harmful to the paint. But you know, you just wipe it off with a Q-tip swab. Here we're cleaning the balance wheel. Again, this is a belt-driven machine. Everything in proximity to that balance wheel needs to be spotless so that that belt is running over a clean surface and it's getting absolute positive traction. A lot of areas near the balance wheel, again, dirt migrates. You got to get all the dirt out of there because if it migrates onto the pulleys, if it migrates onto the belt, it's going to take away the optimization that machine otherwise would have. Look at all that stuff. Can you see that? I think the next shot shows it even closer. No, the next shot shows it clean. Where am I? You see that? Absolute filth, and that's right in proximity to the balance wheel. So again, that stuff is going to work its way and cause that machine to lose its potential. Oh boy, what did I do? Well, I think did I just close it? Yes, I did. Let's see if I can go backwards. I didn't want to have to go through all those pictures, so I'm kind of going backwards now and showing. See that? One wrong click. One wrong click. There we go. I'm back on track. Sorry about that. So that's the after, obviously. Part of the clutch system, just showing you the filth and buildup on there. And now it's been properly cleaned. And if you've ever had a machine where when you disengage the clutch, the balance wheel still seems to be making contact with the main shaft and you're getting needle movement, it's generally because of this piece right here gets buildup on it, and then it's not clearly allowing that balance wheel to move apart from the main shaft, and it'll create drag, and then all of a sudden your main shaft will be turning and you'll be trying to wind a bobbin and you'll have the machine threaded and you'll have a nightmare in process with getting things all gummed up down in the hook system and that. Here what I've done is I've torn apart the upper tension. Lots of components there. This is the upper tension well, which Maddy shared with me that the person that she bought the machine from back in the day had tried to re-clear coat the machine themselves to make it look prettier. Clear coating is a very, very tricky process and requires that you really be a master at masking the machine off, because there are so many orifices, there's so many portals for that clear coat to get into to create problems for the machine. It can get on the inside of the machine and coat parts that otherwise would be moving freely and cause them to bind. It can get into areas like this of the well, which I found evidence of, and then create issues with how that upper tension assembly is functioning. And in this instance, in order for me to disassemble to this level, I had to use a number of processes to break free of that clear coat that had got in there and basically cemented a lot of those parts into this upper tension well. And I'd shared that with Maddy briefly. She says, yep, that's because that person that clear coated had done a poor job. So part of the upper tension that I had taken out, getting all of that cleaned and optimized, getting all the varnishing and the buildup and the dirt and the filth off. And now we're looking at the phase. I've gotten through all those steps and many, many more that I didn't document. And now we're to the point finally where I've done some sew-offs, and we're going to look at those in greater detail. There's that special box again I got from Saudi Arabia that was made in Egypt that I'm going to give to Maddy as a special gift to keep Bandit's identification tag in with all of its cool information. There's Bandit's tag. And now I'm going to do that ribbon material for the first time, going around the free arm off camera. Also, I'm doing some elkite as well. I think you can see those, hopefully you can see those stitches in the shot. Yellow is just a tricky color to work with, isn't it? Yeah. It's a real tricky color. And once again, today during this live premiere, not in still shots, and then you're saying, well, did he really sew it on that machine? During this live premiere, you saw me on this live premiere sew a single layer of alkyd, 2 layers of alkyd, 3 layers of Italian leather. And to give you an appreciation for the thickness of just 1 layer of that alkyd, look at that. See what I'm saying? You get the real deal on this channel. I mean, there's just no other way to say it. There's those 2 layers of alkyd I did off camera, and then I did 2 layers of alkyd again during the live premiere today, just to validate. There's the 3 layers of Italian leather I did off camera, and then today we did 3 layers of Italian leather again live on this premiere. You have no idea, if you've never sewn Italian leather or alkyd, what a monumental accomplishment that is for a little tiny tot like Bandit with a 0.4 amp motor. It's just, it's crazy. It's crazy. And yet he's done it twice now, off camera and on camera. Here's just showing you a small sampling of the stitch length variation of Bandit. Anything from around 6 stitches per inch all the way down to close to 30, which is this row right over here on the far right. that was a lot of fun. I mean, I'm always a kid at heart, but sewing on that free arm and being able to go loopy, 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 like we did on the live premiere today, that's just fun. That's just fun. We come full circle already? I think maybe we did. Yeah, we did. We're full circle. So that is all the progress shots, which I hope gives you a greater appreciation of what does it take to get a featherweight 222K to this level of sewing, like you've witnessed Bandit do today. Is it a simple thing? Is it a detailed thing? Yeah, it's incredibly complex. Like I said, over 20 hours of work went into Bandit to get him to this state where he's ready for this premiere today. Over 20 hours, probably about 26, I would guess, somewhere in that realm. You know, when I'm doing something like this and I'm just having fun and just attacking, you know, all the things that are holding Bandit back, I kind of lose track of time a little bit, to be honest with you. So it may have been closer to 30 hours. All right, we just have a couple more sew-offs I'm going to do, and then we're going to wrap this up. And again, remember, if you were declared a winner with any of the impromptu contests by Maddy, then make sure that you reach out after this premiere so that you can give me your personal mailing information, and I can get one of these books out to you or something else. You know, if I did another, I think on one of the other impromptus I said something special, so then I can try to get something special out to you. But just be real specific. If you send an email to me or contact me otherwise, just let me know why you're reaching out, because I get, as Bill and Olga could attest to, I get a bazillion messages and I can lose track of one if it's not real specific. Okay, so how about some compressed felt now? Actually, you know what I'll do is I'll do acrylic fiber first for fun. Acrylic fiber, again, if you're brand new to this channel, is used for making awnings. It's processed in a way that it is like Kevlar on steroids. I wouldn't be willing to bet my life on it, but if I took several layers of this stuff, I mean, talking about, you know, probably about the thickness of a couple of quarters. Tell you one, I would love to test it to see if I could do that. I think it would probably come close to stopping a bullet. It's that tough. It's engineered to stand up against weather, extreme temperatures, high winds, and not give out. And it's stretched as well over brackets, you know, to make the awnings. So going through one layer of this, if you felt it in your own hands, you'd be like, yeah, that's not easy. We're going to do 3 layers on Bandit. And I've had big boy machines that have had a little bit of hesitation accomplishing this. So, you know, as tired as this needle is getting, as tired as Bandit might be getting, he's not tired at all, actually. You know, we might see some hesitation. But I'm going to get my take-up arm at the highest position. I'm going to try to launch this without a hand start. We've done all the other sew-offs on this premiere without a hand start. I'm hoping we can continue that now. All right, so down and around, we're going to do this acrylic fiber, 3 layers of it. Then we're going to do 3 layers of compressed felt, and that's it. We are done. And we will have completed our first premiere with a 222K in the history of this channel. Here we go. Make sure we didn't break any thread, because if anything's going to break a thread, it's probably going to be this acrylic fiber. Looks like we're okay so far, but we got a long ways to go. We've got a long ways to go. And listen, you've heard how whisper quiet Bandit has been through this entire premiere, even with the crazy sew-offs on elk hide and Italian leather. But listen to him working, especially the hook system working to manage this acrylic fiber. Really listen closely. No music, nothing. You can just tell right away how tough this stuff is. Can you hear that? It is tough stuff. All right, here we go to the finish line. I am not going to close the box. Here we go. Anyone ever doubts how tough acrylic fiber is? Compare what Bandit has done with some of these crazy sew-offs and how hard he had to just work in order to get through these 3 layers of acrylic fiber. I've had big boy machines where I've only done 2 layers of acrylic fiber on it because it's that tough of a material. So my level of confidence in Bandit after taking him through my process to do 3 layers of acrylic fiber, that is saying something. Seriously. Okay. Let me get these clipped. Get some more music on first. I don't know if we played Sad Piano Wind. I don't think we did yet. That name sounds different. Well, if we did, we're playing it again. All right, let me clip these threads and we'll look at these stitches. Because of the composition of this material, the appearance of it, etc., it may be a little bit harder for us to see the stitches on this. It's going to make our eyes go kind of crazy, but we'll do our best. But I can tell you from this distance right here, wow. Absolutely incredible. Incredible stitching. Okay, let me do this. Let me get our stitch holder that Maddy sent me. Seems appropriate to use it as much as we can for the stitch offs on her machine. And we will zoom in on these and see what we can see. Acrylic fiber always makes me just a little bit nervous. A little bit nervous. All right, let's take a look at these. Of course, I shouldn't say that because our next sew-off on this compressed felt is the only material, and I've said this a million times, it's the only material that broke one of my Schmetz needles. All right, let's go down and around and see what we see. Pause right there. Folks, our starting point at least, page 34 on this top stitch. Spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch. Absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on. Unbelievable. After all the sewing that we've done on and off camera with this needle, to be delivering stitches like this through a material as difficult as this acrylic fiber used for making awnings is absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane. Pause right there. Take your hand off. Take your hand off, Scott. Hey. There we go. This camera has a little bit of a play in it where if you try to stop it, it's kind of blah, blah, blah. Folks, page 34 without a doubt on these top stitches. Through 3 layers of acrylic fiber. A task that you cannot even fully appreciate unless you do some research on the material. Look how it's applied through the making of awnings and go, holy cow, that's like sewing through patio blocks. Let's turn around and look at that lock stitch. And what I'm going to do before we look at these lock stitches in detail, I'm going to rotate this forward so you can look at the thickness of 3 layers. That's crazy, folks. That's absolutely crazy. Okay, let's take a look at this lock stitch. And I can already see from this distance that we've got a real solid product, especially considering that machine, Bandit has to, using that take-up arm, using the needle, work this embroidery thread back through those 3 intense sandpaper type edges of acrylic fiber and make that lock stitch. I mean, it is insane what Bandit just accomplished. I'm glad we didn't change that upper tension because I think this would have killed us. We may even, if we were sewing this acrylic fiber all day long, we might have to actually go up a little bit on that upper tension for that lock stitch. Folks, those are gorgeous lock stitches, especially considering the material and the layers that we just went through, and the state of the needle that we're using, and the type of thread that we're using. It's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I'm going to give that a definite pass. 3 layers of acrylic fiber, tired needle, embroidery thread. It's insane that the outcome was as fabulous in the realm of page 34 as Bandit just accomplished. So I'm adding that to our sew-off sandwich. We only have one more sew-off to go. And it's going to be the dreaded compressed felt. And for the longest time, we were doing 2 layers of compressed felt. And as I've continued to improve my processes and make the machines even stronger than they have been historically, I've now bumped this up on most machines to 3 layers of compressed felt. And I believe it was 2 layers that broke a needle, a Schmetz needle, that one time. So now I'm at 3 levels. I'm a layer higher than I was previously when I broke a needle. So let's zoom in on the needle for our final sew-off with 3 layers of compressed felt. And pick out another song and then I'll show you something real quick. This next song is kind of intriguing and interesting. It's called The Devil's Piano. So what I'm going to show you real quick is I'm going to show you a comparison of standard felt with compressed felt. You can just, this is standard felt, this red stuff. And if you look at the green stuff, you can see there's almost like a glaze look to the green stuff because of the compression process. There's the green. There's standard felt like you would have used in school. Even when you feel it with your fingers, the red is so much more pliable. It doesn't have any rigidity to it at all. The green stuff is almost like cardstock. And we're going to be going through 3 layers of this on Maddy's Bandit. And I had contemplated going down and around. I don't know if I will or not. I just don't know where our bobbin thread is at this point. And we're so close to the finish line, I would hate to run out, but if we do, we do. All right, 3 layers of compressed felt, which if you look at from the side, yeah. All right, so this is our final sew-off on Bandit. Incredible 1958 Singer 222K. The first time that a 222K has been featured on this channel. It's so exciting. And I'm so glad that Maddy trusted Bandit to me at the workshop so I could take him to a new level and give him a new beginning. All right, I'm going to check to make sure everything is good to go. Our final sew-off, 3 layers of compressed felt. Here we go. Again, I'm going to try to go without a hand start. And just let the meat of that motor, the new strength, the renewal of that motor do the job. Let's see what happens. Here we go. I can't believe that he launches that easily now. It's just absolutely insane. He is getting this done easier than some of the bigger machines did. It's just incredible. Incredible. All right, Bandit. Final stretch, my friend. We are not going to close the box. 3 layers of compressed felt. Here we go. All right, Bandit. Finish this race off well. You have run a premiere that is going to be in the record books. Here we go, buddy. Unbelievable. Folks, for him to sew compressed felt that easily, wow. Wow. Unbelievable. And I am utterly impressed with Coates and Clark's embroidery thread. I've said the name of it a couple of times. I'm going to say it one more time once I look it up because I don't remember what this something blah 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 blah. I have no idea. Can we show this right in front of the presser foot, or is it not going to stay? Let's see. Yeah, that's our top stitch. Okay, we'll see if we can see it this way. That would be kind of cool. Cut one more thread. Okay, 3 layers of compressed felt. Put on one more song. Frozen in Love. That sounds like a fun one. Frozen in Love. Let's take a look as I kick the camera. I said I wouldn't kick it again, and I did. Let's take a look at these stitches. I'm hoping we can see them, because this compressed felt, when you're going through that many layers, it kind of sucks that stitch in a little bit. All right, let's go across here and take a look. I'm going to stop right there. Folks, those are some drop-dead gorgeous stitches. I'm just going to pitch it a little bit more. Those are drop-dead gorgeous stitches. Absolutely spectacular. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch. Through a material like this, if you've never sewn on compressed felt, pick up some, try it. It'll give you a new appreciation, just like the acrylic fiber, how tough this stuff is. Folks, those are page 34. Page 34. See how it sucks that stuff in? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Totality of the stitching, just absolutely spot on. 3 layers of compressed felt again from the side, folks. Look at what we just went through. I'm going to flip it over. We'll take a look at that lock stitch. I definitely think I'm guilty of needle abuse on this premiere. When you look at the final sew-off sandwich, off camera, on camera, you'll probably be calling the needle patrol. Yeah, you will. It's kind of leaning a little bit. That's interesting, isn't it? Must be the way I cut it, or the fact that it's about to fall off the sewing machine. Hold on to it, Bandit. Hold on to it, my friend. All right, let's zoom in. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful lock stitch. A little bit over accentuated. Again, I've said it throughout the premiere. I didn't want to jinx Bandit, but that's a little slightly compressed, and that's telling me that that upper tension is just a touch too high. And so what it's doing is it's pulling up that lock stitch further than it needs to, and it's stealing away the fullness of that stitch just slightly on the bottom, which means it's also not giving enough fullness to the definition of the top stitch. So under ideal circumstances, if we were sewing a ton of this stuff, we would go ahead and back off that upper tension a little bit. We would uncompress this stitch a little bit, give it a little bit more fullness, and give a little bit better definition to the top stitch. But you know what? I'm being incredibly analytical and critical when I say that, you know what? We've got a beautiful, beautiful lock stitch. Just as we have a beautiful top stitch through one of the toughest materials that I can do during a premiere. And between the lock stitch and again the top stitch, I couldn't be any more pleased with how Bandit has performed. He's just done an incredible job. Incredible job. And again, we're talking about a Tiny Tot with a 0.4 amp motor. Even though I've gone through the motor, it still is 0.4 amps. But it's optimized. And again, look at our sew-off sandwich at this point, our sew-off pile. And this little needle in here, which is a size 90, and a Schmetz needle, of course. has stood the test of time, going through all of this. And Bandit has not missed a beat. Folks, this is what success looks like. This is what sets my process apart from all the other folks out there doing something similar. This confirmation process at the premiere, on a live premiere like this, there's no editing, there's no fudging. It is what it is. And you saw Bandit do the equivalent of win the Olympics, going through all of this stuff and performing a page 34 stitch consistently through a diverse field of materials like this and thicknesses. I mean, whether it was this compressed felt that we just sewed, which he did an absolutely spectacular job of, trying to get the right angle. Just a spectacular job going through material as tough as this. Acrylic fiber. 2 layers of protected full grain leather and laying down stitches that are absolutely brag-worthy. Absolutely. What? Yes. Page 34 all the way. 6 layers of heavy grade denim. Just showing the incredible range of what Bandit is able to do from a stitch length standpoint, and lay down page 34 stitches down into the satin range. Some of this really cool commercial grade canvas that Emma gave me down in Florida. 6 layers of this, and Bandit sewed through it like it was a light cotton. I mean, this is just off the charts. Single layer of elk hide, laying down page 34, stitching on here as well. 2 layers of elk hide. Again, I challenge anyone that watches this either during the live premiere or afterwards, find me somebody on the internet that's going to be able to use a 222K or a 222, a 221 or a 221-1 to sew the equivalent of this in genuine elk hide and lay down stitching like that for the lock stitch and stitching like that for the top stitch. Good luck. Good luck. Some of this Italian leather, both on and off camera, 3 layers of it, laying down stitching that is absolutely page 34. Absolutely page 34. This ribbon material, which is a hoot to be able to sew on a featherweight 222K because of that free arm, and otherwise you wouldn't be able to do the equivalent of this on a 221 or 221-1. It's just fun. It's fun to be able to do that. I had a blast doing that. Then we went super light. I mean, I've got more heavy duty, but we went super light with these 2 paper thin layers of cotton, 100% cotton material, laying down stitching like that. See what I'm saying? Heavy duty is like my thing. I love it. But I love to be able to execute page 34 stitching with light materials like that cotton as well for our quilters. Here's some of our vegan style leather. Page 34 stitching on that as well. 3 layers of that, folks. Look at that. That is near perfection. And some of you might be saying, hold on, that is perfection. You already know my position on that. We can always improve. Elk hide, 2 layers, and I don't know which of these 2 was done off versus on camera. It doesn't matter. They're both absolutely gorgeous. Italian leather, 3 layers. These are the 3 that I did on the live premiere because these were 3 separate. They weren't folded. God, absolutely insane, isn't it? Absolutely insane. And not just that we got through it with a featherweight 222K, but laid down perfection, near perfection. 6 layers of upholstery material. Look at that stitching. See that from the side? Yeah, I know. I know. This pile is so hard it just tipped over. And then again I did a single layer. I don't know if this was on camera, off camera. But a single layer of genuine elk hide. Look at that from the side. It's like a man's belt. Folks, what can I say? If you're a mediocrity person, then all of this stuff is going to be like Greek to you. If you're a person that wants top shelf, you want the best of the best, there's a clear choice, and it's this workshop. Because when your machine is premiered, like Bandit just was for Maddy out of Naples, Florida, this is what you're going to get. Something like this. It may be a slightly smaller sandwich, because I really wanted to go off the charts today for Bandit, just to show people what potential looks like for a featherweight 222K that comes out of this workshop versus any other 222K in the world. I would put Bandit up against not only other featherweights, I would put Bandit up against other machines that are considered to be, not a half-size machine. If you didn't know it, featherweights are considered half-size. Even a 99 or 99K would be considered a 3/4 size machine versus a full-size machine like a class 66. But this little half-size machine, I would put him up against machines that are in different weight classes. Kind of like a heavyweight boxer going against a featherweight. I mean a featherweight in the sense of boxing. Or a middleweight going against a heavyweight. It's just not done because there's a presumption that there's going to be a different performance level from a heavyweight versus a middleweight or a featherweight type boxer. You know what I mean? But this little halfweight would be able to take on 3/4 size machines or even some full size machines without any difficulty, considering that he is just running. I mean, he's a gold medalist now. Look at this. That's the Olympics for sewing right there. So, Maddy, thank you again for the incredible opportunity of having Bandit in the workshop. And I hope you've enjoyed seeing his transformation. I talk about, a machine going from the ashes to a phoenix. Really, Bandit has gone beyond that. He's gone beyond just going from the ashes to a phoenix. He's gone from, little or no potential to limitless potential now. He's able to do amazing things that far surpass what other featherweights would ever be able to claim. And it's not just Scott talking. I've shown you. The proof is in the pudding, as I say so often. The proof is in the pudding. And if you make the investment and entrust your machine to the workshop, you're going to see similar things happen for your machine. The first 222K. Wow. It's like spotting a unicorn. Amazing. God bless.